Hey everybody, we are live. CHANCHAI'S Dojo is live. It's July 14th, 2026. We're going to get the show going very, very soon. First, I'm just going to let everyone know on socials that we're online. Let me know how my voice is sounding and everything's going well for you all. Hopefully it is, and yeah, let's enjoy it. So. See what we got here. Let's also adjust, let's let everyone know where we're going. Oh, the game crashed again. All right, so we're gonna load up the game. We're gonna get the room started and we'll get the show going. All right, so it seems like the game crashes on the main menu, which is unfortunate. If you don't jump into VFTV, it seems like it will do that. Let's see here. Let's give, yeah, that's correct. We're going to show up the room code. We're going to get the room going. Alright, so we're starting the room off. Let's see. Hey, Portland X, how you doing? Got some barbecue chicken going, nothing like a hot grill. Some VF. Oh, it sounds so good. I would love to have some. That sounds really wonderful. Alright, so here we go. No spectators. Good. Passcode 4565. Always love a good barbecue chicken. How are you doing this week? Hope you're doing really, really well. Alright, I'm going to post on the socials now. So. I hope everyone can hear my voice just fine. Portland X, can you hear my voice? Is it sounding okay? Let me know how the mic is sounding for y'all. You guys go ahead and spar. It's a good time to spar. I didn't advertise much today, so I want to see how things are going. Let's see here. Good to have you guys in here. I'll get in the sparring soon too. We'll improvise how things go today. Definitely feels like early, well, about middle of July, so that kind of a day. All right, Duran Rio here. So is Booger. Good to see you all. Doing great. Wow, third one in, sounding great. Okay, thanks for confirming that the audio is going pretty good for you. It helps a lot. There's not a lot of people watching, so right now I need all the confirmation I can get. That's okay. It's one of those days. Let's see here.
Ready, go!
Labra, good to have you back.
Round one. Ready, go! Yes!
And that's a little slow, is it?
Knockout!
So is there any topic you guys want to hear about? Is there something that's been giving you trouble?
Round two.
Please let me know. I'd be happy to talk about any topic you guys want to talk about. Has there been anything that's been peculiar in your Virtua Fighter matches? Anything that is driving you crazy? Because I'd be happy to talk about it. At this point in your guys' journey, there's got to be quite a few things that give you guys a hard time. If you're able to kind of explain it, it will help. And it will help me help you. So let me know if there's something you're looking to improve on, or some kind of answer you're looking for something that's been just getting you stuck.
Knockout! I'm number one.
Alright, now that we've pretty much put the noise out there, I can get back into talking to you guys all about the stuff.
Round one. Ready, go!
Yeah, bud. Okay. Alright. It's a pretty warm day for me, and this room, if I turn the fan up, it blows into the mic quite a bit. So I'm gonna be drinking some ice water to cool off a bit. Got about 7 people here. That's good. 6 guests. Hey, what up? Sitting out tonight, no problem. Got home later than usual and a bit tired. Hey, get good rest, Incident. No problem. You've always been wonderful here, but I hope you get some good rest, man. Yeah, take good care of yourself, my friend. I see good stuff between these two, though. I like the decisions, I like the throw escapes, and the attacks. I like it that it's a good mix. It's a good mix of stuff. Now, there are different ways to crack open an opponent, and they're using a lot of good ways to do it. They're trying to do it with throws, trying to attack in case the opponent gets greedy. Sometimes, not always the best idea, but sometimes you can use a low attack. If you use a low attack, you want to make sure that you're either you believe that they're going to attack right away even after you chip them with the low kick, so you need to set up something like an evade or a crush, or counter defense, just good defense too. Or you realize this opponent doesn't follow up even when you hit them with a low kick, so then in that case you get to apply more pressure and it's like some free damage. If both players get used to the guessing game around stuff like that, it does make things a little more dynamic, but it also opens both players up to more kind of guessing games that go beyond that. So with Wolf, usually he's cracking people open with his throws, but sometimes he can be a little tactical and throw a low kick in there just to annoy the opponent. So very nice battle though between Kusano and Booger. See how Labra and Booger fight with each other. It's very good.
Round one.
Hey, good to see you, Karasuba Shiro. Did you have a good time at Battle Arena Melbourne? How was it? How was the event overall? Did you get some casuals in? Did you play a lot of VF over the weekend? And I hope you had a great time. Very nice. I like this block and throw. That was a good one. Very nice. It just happened to space out just right. Very nice. Delay the string to check. I like what Labra's doing with their Jackie. They were slow rolling the string, which is not a bad idea, especially if you've got a string that's got some low and mid in there. And that's a pretty nice thing to do. Alright. Oh, that was really nice, actually. Booger was trying to step them out of the ring. Labra attacked in time, which was really good. Then, of course, it's hard guess here, but that was still a very nice way to defend himself. Booger can be pretty tough to fight against because he's really sometimes you're going to want to move towards him and defend. However, he's sometimes going to mix that throw in there, but he does like to swing out there, so it's a tricky one. But he's definitely giving all of you guys something to work with too. It's good. Getting used to this kind of fight's good. Sometimes you'll have to throw like a jab out there for someone like Booger, but there is a risk. If he happens to hit the button before you, it's going to hurt. And that's why moving in with the defense is a little better. Sometimes crouch dashing in with the standing guard is a pretty good approach. So sometimes fighting someone like Booger, if you crouch dash in and guard, standing guard, you're mixing your defense in the sense that you could end up ducking a throw by chance. You could end up blocking his attacks by chance. I know that by chance makes people feel less certain, but it's actually a strong way to approach someone is crouch dashing in and guard, yeah. And then you'll have to be the one to judge whether you should attack or not if you see nothing, because you have to think about whether Booger is gonna preemptively attack or not. And that's a hard guess. It's really tough to get used to, but you'll get used to it. Now it's fun watching these two fight each other here. So I do like how Subterm approached this fight. Yeah, it's a bit tough. Wolf is gonna make you guess pretty hard and hurt you when you guess wrong. So it's scary, but it's a good experience for everyone to kind of get used to. There are some different opportunities, but they're a little hard. They come by really quick, so it just takes time to get used to them. Very nice duck right here. You just recognize the catch throw faster than I would actually. I like this like downing guard into standing guard. Oh no! So the problem when you commit to a meaty, if you don't get the hit, it's really hard that this next one would actually work.
Round 3. Ready, go!
So meaties are awesome, but they are commitments. And if they whiff, that's not fun. Unless you have like a backup plan for when they whiff. That's that Subterm's doing really good stuff. This is really powerful play now. Alright, this could turn it around though, because now he's gonna be stuck in the corner for quite a while. Very nice guess on the ground throw. This is really good. This is like an epic round. Oh my gosh, he got hit by the hook. He went ahead and either attacked or tried to sidestep or something there.
Ready, go!
Very nice. I like realize it's gonna be a whiff. Might not be the biggest punish, but you got the damage in at least, and you did get a punish, so. Coming up and catch throwing, very tough. See, he's like going, I think you're gonna defend, and 3 times in a row he bet on defending. He bet on Subterm defending on wake up. Oh no! Oh, that was a really good round. That was unfortunate. That was a good round though. That was very, very good fight between you two. Good fight, Booger. Good fight, Subterm. Keep it up. Subterm had the right ideas and the right reads, actually, especially in that final round. It's just unfortunate that they didn't convert, but it was a really, really good fight. So Diva's having trouble getting in. That's really unfortunate. At 8-2. Keep trying, my friend. I hope you can come in here, Diva, because you know I love having you here. Yeah, Karsuba says it was fun. It's got a strong Shundi. Was that against Toto that you fought? So Karsuba said, obviously I had the opportunity to play Itabashi's, of course, yes. And Itabashi's Shun is world class. Itabashi is a Virtua Fighter legend, so just like some people know that he's in Street Fighter, but Virtua Fighter is like probably the game that's biggest in his heart, and he's been a Virtua Fighter legend for like over 20 years. So. That's awesome. You took first round off of him. Alright, Move Quick says, I'm tuning in even though I'm too burnt out from work to play. No problem. We're happy to have you here. Hope everyone has some great games. We will. We will. We'll start the league soon, but I'll do a spar after this, maybe. Let's see. I mean, again, he's got a strong Shinji. So I had the best VF run at BAM. Placed 12th through 13th at BAM. 3 wins and 2 losses. That's really good. Played against Lao, Shundi, Akira, and 5. That's really, really good, Karsu. I'm really happy to hear that. That is a very fun and productive tournament. It's very good. And I hope you got to play lots of VF. So Diva says, I was able to get in, just got a new stick like 2 hours ago, so I might go through. No problem. It's the growing pains. This is a great place to be going through the growing pains. And we'll definitely, we'll see it, but it's okay. Putting it in matches helps a lot. Where's the Diva? Yeah, Diva's right there, right after me. Okay. I'm really happy gonna jump that it helps. So that is what I do want to try to do more. Is I do want to try to help give you guys some idea of some stuff here. So Kusano Booger is a good matchup too, and they're kind of well matched. Booger took it last time. This high elbow by Wolf is really strong. It's a high attack, which means it's vulnerable to low punch mashing, it's vulnerable to crouch dashing or ducking, but it's so fast that it's just a really good way to whiff punish somebody if they're doing like a standing attack. That was a really good throw escape. Kasano got it. That was an excellent battle. We'll do one battle because I'm going to do one fight with Kasano here, and then we'll start the next league battle. We'll start the first league battle. But that was a really good battle between Kasano and Booger. Kasano got their revenge, but Booger got to demonstrate a lot of stuff with their play, so I thought this was really good. Really good stuff, everyone. That was a really clutch throw escape too on the end of that last round. Like it pretty much once that happened, I was just like, oh man, Kasano might get this too.
Can't ever picture you winning.
but they both fought really well to the end.
Ready, go!
Good. Catch throw can't be escaped, so. Someone like Kasano, we do like using guard break sometimes, but we just try not to be predictable about it. Very good. I like this.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Good. Good. The catch throws will get me a lot of times. Sometimes force this type of play, there's multiple reasons I do a play like this. Sometimes the play is because even if they guard, I'm confident in the guessing situation after. Also, with the type of guessing games that Kasano plays, a move like 8K is pretty good. The reason being, this might catch the catch throw, but it also, like, even if he hits like the big lunging sidekick, he might not get the float he wants, and I might be okay. So that's kind of why I don't mind doing a barrier with a move like that. And then it also beats low punch. So it's like 3 things that it might work against a player like Kasano. And where I can't count on it to use it all the time though, but like when I just put it in strategic places, it's pretty strong against what Kasano likes to do. Bushido, okay, we can start. Let me see. Crap, I'll pause. Come on in. You got in here? No, you can come into the room. I'm gonna restart after this round. After this game, I'll restart. You're in. No worries about it. It's fun. On my... Okay, cool.
Round one. Ready, go!
Very good. That was very good.
Ring out. Round two. Ready, go! Excellent.
I like a lot of what Kasana's doing. He is counting on his reflexes a lot, but I can also simply force gas if I think that's what's going to happen.
Excellent.
That said, with Kusano being very defense-oriented, there are moments when I feel like I can start pressing like a lot, and there's a decent chance I can start to kind of crack him. At least right now. But he's getting some really... The stuff he's going for is not bad. It's pretty good if I made a little bit of a different decision. So yeah. Oh, crap. Oh, suspend league match. Good. There we go. Alright, we're going to restart the league match, okay? And Bushido is going to join us, I think. It wouldn't let you in. You have to keep trying to come in. It's okay. Oh, crap. Okay, that's what happened. Alright, I will start a new league battle. Alright, here we go. Yeah, the room blew up when I tried to do what I was doing. Sorry about that, you guys. We are starting a new room right now. Here's the code, 13341. We're always happy to have you join, Aegon. Almost everyone is welcome in the room, but yeah. Yeah, that was quite a red button there. I'll let you guys spar. We'll spar about 3 games while we let everybody come back in and settle into this. So 3 games, then we'll start the league battle. Okay? So yeah. Sorry for those that had come earlier. I know it was frustrating. I hope you guys are able to join into the room though. We're sorry about that crash out. Alright, got Agod.io. Got Diva did make it into the room. Excellent. Don't worry about red bars. Do not worry about the red bars. It always cures. We're only worried about gray bars. That's the only thing we're really worried about. Alright, Puel and Xbox made it in. Rio made it in. So the Kusano is in, so I'm glad for that. Labra's here, I'm glad for that. Subterm's here, good. Almost everybody that was in the previous room was able to join. I'm really happy about that. So after this, I think we're gonna start the league battle after this game. I think we just run with this. So as soon as this game is over, we're gonna start the next league battle. And for anyone who doesn't make it in, I'm really sorry about that. I know how frustrating it is. I do think most people were in. I think this is about as optimal of a result we could have hoped for. Rayblade is in the room, hell yeah. So this is going to be a tough room, which is good. But this is definitely a lot of high level play in this room. So very good stuff. It's a very good mix. We've got we do have beginners, we got developing players, and we've got some monsters in the room. So just go ahead and have a learning mindset with this room. You know, just build some experience, alright? But you're gonna get a pretty diverse experience. I think it's pretty good.
Excellent. Round 4. Ready, go!
Io is definitely one of the strongest Vanessa players, but I haven't fought Io in a long time. Bushido, traditionally known for their Taka, is playing Akira, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Alright, let's do this. Good luck, everyone. Have fun. Do we see a crash out here? It's hopefully no crash out here. Really? Come on, start the league battle. There we go. It's starting now. Good. That was so scary. Alright, it looks like everybody's good for now. If I see a thank you message, that's probably what will do it. But right now, it looks like everybody's going to start. Only Diva is going to be on break for this round, because we have an odd number of players. How do you keep Chun's drink count low? He's got sober attacks. Finish a round with side kicks so that he crumples and then do a sober combo. So you want to learn sober combos. No, Diva, you're fine. You're just waiting for like the round. It's just because there's an odd number of people. It's just because there's an odd number of people. You're fine. Okay, just making sure. Some people actually think like it's crashed on them, especially when they get the message like if they fought an opponent that how did it? So all right, Rio, let's do this. I like that. Very nice. So, Rio, one of the techniques, I don't know if you like doing option selection or not. If you do like doing option selects, when you do a throw, you can pre-buffer a fuzzy guard. And that way, if the opponent does like low punch throw, you'll basically, or if they do low punch into mix up, you'll basically fuzzy guard when they low punch hit you. It is something that a lot of the Japanese players try to train people to do. It's not something we train much Americans to do because the pace we're playing at is, you know, like we need people to actually do low punch mix up right away, and you just don't see it enough. But when you start fighting high level, it becomes important to do it, or not important, but it becomes a good option to do, which is I input throw and then I pre-buffer a fuzzy guard, and by doing that, if they happen to low punch interrupt your throw, you'll fuzzy guard, because when they hit you with low punch, it's like -4 for you. So yeah. Yeah, no problem. It's just with the way that you're playing really well. I was just like, this is something that, especially because you're playing Jackie, you can do it. With Leon, I can do it. I do it unless I'm doing combo throw, because combo throw is like, you don't want to mess up your buffer because you're gonna do the combo, you know. So in that case, it's more like I have to react fuzzy guard more. But a lot of Japanese will do a lot of like throws and just pre-input the fuzzy guard as like an extra. That's for the player that likes to do option selects. It's all good. We warm up inside the league battles, you know. It helps us work on our pacing and work on our performance floor, you know. So yeah. Hey Nelly, so good to see you. I had such a fun time fighting you just a few days ago. So that was so much fun. That was in Bushido's room, and it was after a night session when I was training a player on Saturday, and then I raided Bushido's room, and I couldn't resist when I saw Bushido in there. I saw Dusty Crawlman in there, and then later you joined the room. I was just like, I got to join this room. And then Assassin joins the room. That was just way too much fun. I did record it. I will post my self-commentary on it sometime, but it was a lot of fun.
Round 2. Ready?
And thank you for the kind words, Nelly. I really appreciate it. It was really intense fighting you on Saturday, though. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. I miss our battles a lot. I miss like how much we. I do feel that every time I fight you, I feel like both of us are seeing a little bit more in the matchup. Or we're finding out little details more that we get to test stuff out. It's fun. Yeah, it was really awesome room to play in. So Bushido, thank you for doing that room. And yeah, and also like you know, I wanted to play more, but I had to tell myself to stop. But I wanted to play more. I mean, Assassin was getting all warmed up too, and when Assassin's really warmed up, it's intense battles. Like it's like death matches with Assassin. Same thing with IO, right? And yeah. I do like this handle, Killer Lord IO. Hey Shinathina, how are you doing today? It's good to see you. We do need to do a session again soon, so I appreciate you again wanting to do a session. We'll get a session going soon. Not sure what the best day for me would be this week, but I do want to get a session in. So yeah, but I hope you're doing very, very well. I hope Virtua Fighter's been treating you well. How has VF been treating you? Alright. Looks like everyone had some good games there. Alright, who are we fighting? We're fighting Rayblade. Always fun fighting Rayblade. Rayblade, always good. Like, Rayblade is always an amazing sparring partner. Always amazing opponent. And competitor, of course. It's like Leon's BS here. It's slowed, but it's okay. We're okay now. Assassin really does make you focus. He has, it's a combination of reads, but also that he's very sharp, and that he's willing to play the aggressive Brad style, which I love. Ray and I might not be having the best connection right now, so I don't know if that's affecting their responses. But we'll do what we can. Alright, we had a teleportation, which I haven't seen in a while. Good. So right now we have to be very cautious. We can't overreact. I like that, but we can guess, so. Oh my gosh. Alright, I guessed wrong. Good game, Ray. Ray and I just engaged in more long-range whiff punishing because of the challenges on our... I don't know if it's a connection or performance, but I enjoyed the fight very much regardless. And, you know, Ray, like me, he's going to improvise. He's going to work with what he's got, just like I will. And so I think we have a lot of respect for each other in the fight like that, because we know we're like, we both know like, okay, this is what we're fighting on. This is the stage we're at. This is the conditions we're in. We're gonna fight. We're gonna figure this out, and we're gonna make use of everything. And again, this is what makes Ray an amazing sparring partner and an amazing like person to keep fighting. He's gonna see stuff in your game that like you might be slack. If you're slacking, he'll start attacking it. You know, because when you slack in this game, that means you tend to get lazy with your decisions, and he's gonna like show you that you got lazy with your decisions. And that's like really always really good. Keeps you sharp. Yeah, Alien Zombie. Someone kept joining the room during rounds. Okay, so someone called Alien Zombie was joining the room during it. That would cause a lot of hiccup for us. Okay, so I guess Ray saw that on like the log. So yeah, where's the information log? Oh, space-time and Alien Zombie. Okay, gotcha. But they're in the room now. They should be okay. They're just waiting for the next one, maybe. At this point, yeah. I always like having them in the room, though. So, what would count as lazy decisions? Like the thing is I don't want to give a bad rap to autopilot, because I think autopilot is actually something you manage, in my opinion. Most Americans will see autopilot as the enemy. Most people do. I see autopilot as a process that you can use, but you have to manage it. And there are times when you have to turn off autopilot, and there are times when you allow autopilot to let you do things really fast. Because you're going to play your fastest when you allow yourself to autopilot. But once you're making wrong decisions with the autopilot, you need to turn it off. This is the same way as a commercial airline pilot. Commercial airline pilot needs to use, like they are mandated to use the autopilot systems, because those systems were designed for this. When you train in your fighting games, when you train really hard, you're training in autopilot. You're training subroutines. You're training processes that you're going to be using in the fight. How much you allow yourself to do it, that's on you. But within the fight, you should use it when it's working, and you should turn it off. But the challenge is learning how to have the gears where you're not using it. So you want to train yourself using it, and you want to train yourself making all the decisions. Honestly, it starts with you making all the decisions first, because that's where you want to get cleaner decisions. Then you kind of like, the more it happens, the more it becomes kind of a background. Then you're going to unlearn it. So how do you unlearn those things? You unlearn it by doing other options in the same places and being good at doing those too. And then eventually it becomes, you could switch, and then you add more, and you're like, oh, I can do this too in this situation. And so in your training, you're giving yourself so many subroutines, but you try to understand why you would do it, so that you can be satisfied with the answer, so you can allow it to be a more comfortable automated process. And then you just manage it. A really bad one would be constantly making a bad decision without thinking and not having control over that. And those are the most frustrating. Those really are. So those are things like like for me, sometimes when I'm under pressure, if I wake up, I'm more likely to do a crouch guard, or I'm more likely to do hop kick, because I'm trying to defend against the low. So if I'm in that moment, if you sense I'm in that moment, you just keep doing a strong mid attack against me when I wake up. It's really strong. And that's that's like a bad subroutine, because there are times to have that, but you need to be able to turn it off. But it saved me like during Virtua Fighter 3 era and Virtua Fighter 4 era, because a lot of people kept doing low attacks when I wake up. But I need to control it. And that's where I need to turn the autopilot off and just take control. It might slow me down a little, but at least I'll make good decisions. So that's an example of that. Alright, so I'm going to low punch interrupt here. See how that's a mid-high? Yeah, there you go. Boom. Very nice. Let's do this. So here's the technique I want to show you, Portland X. I'm gonna hit you, and then instead of doing a string, I might throw you, right? Hit you, then throw you. This is because I think you're gonna defend once I hit you. So now we're in this guessing game, right? I go, I'm gonna hit you, and then I'm gonna throw you. Now you can do the throw escape, or you can mash. Yep, there you go. But I also want you to do it sometimes too. And that's kind of the, yeah, there you go. So try to observe when somebody's gonna stop, and then when you should do that. Yeah. Keep it up. I like that you do in punch punch. Punch punch is good. Now single punch is even better than punch punch, but punch punch is good. But punch 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 is the problem here. Why is punch 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 the problem? Because I can punish that, right? So it's all good. Don't worry. We're just training. But you can see the power. Low punch, uppercut.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Jab, elbow, right? Jab, elbow. And then I'm going to change it up, right? I'll end up doing jab, throw, and then I'll do jab, elbow, and it becomes tough. Jab, nice throw escape. Nice throw escape. This is punishable. This is punishable. Very nice. That was not punishable. Very nice. Alright, I'm gonna beat you though. I'm gonna try. Very good. Oh, that was really close. You almost got me. That was a really good game. Keep it up, Portland X. Keep it up. Your flow is improving. You're starting to use you're not using the full strings anymore. I liked when I saw punch punch. I like that you were experimenting with the strings. Keep that up. Keep that up. And eventually, when you realize your opponent's defending a lot, now you go for throws. And throw them to make them want to mash. So keep it up. Keep it up, my friend. Your Jeffrey's improving. Oh no, Bushido crashed out of the room. No. Let's see. I see. Thanks for your sacrifice, Bushido, but looking forward to having you in the next one. Alright, here we go. Oh no, we won't get the replay. Would have been fun to watch Booger versus Rayblade X. Alright, what is the chat saying? Study, no problem. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and also I'll try to explain what I can. So what would get, okay, so Shady, yeah. So yeah, you were the one who asked about lazy decisions after I talked about decisions, which is good. Okay, Fofo says, Chanchai, what's the best autopilot character in the game in your opinion? It's not so much a character. Autopilot's just something you manage in general. You know, some might argue like a character like Lei Fei because he's forcing you to kind of knowledge check, but I don't think that's fair to Lei Fei. I think once the opponent learns how to sidestep Lei Fei, he can't autopilot anymore. Or he just can't autopilot the same routine. But autopilot is not so much like a character's pro or against autopilot. I just happen to think that autopilot's a process, and I think it's something that we use in all fighting games. I think it's just that some people want to refine it, and so it's like a reflex, you know? What do I do when I see a certain thing? And why are they so fast at doing it? It's kind of autopilot, actually. All right, Kunjun, good to see you. I am doing well, and I hope you're doing really well too. All right, let's see here. So Mexadeus says PP strings are dangerous because you're super negative on evade. It's very true, but Portland axe throwing is just getting used to stuff. So him using PP instead of using PPP all the time is progress. And we're going to cheer the progress because we're going to get him towards understanding how to use the single punch even more efficiently than he does, and how to use other tools. But he's on the path, and his path is improving. The PP is a good exploration. He as a player has to explore it, and he has to see if the opponent falls for it or not, or do they always sidestep or not. But that is something for him to see. Will the opponent start sidestepping on the PP? In my experience, most people don't, because they need to sidestep the first punch for that. But it's true. You could be in trouble on the punch if they evade the first. Hey, Sir Hickslot, good to see you. I don't. Taka is actually not that autopilot. Taka actually has to make active decisions. The thing about Taka is he's very fundamental. So the reason people complain, oh, we're gonna fight A God, I can't do this with that. Very good. Very good. I might take a break after this league battle because I think my computer is the one that's slow. I like that decision very much. Io hasn't fought me in a long time, and I don't know if it was stuttery for them like it was a bit for me. I always like fighting Io though, and Io is really skilled, so I'm looking, but I also know that they feel rusty, especially in a league environment. But I'm looking forward to more battles in the future, so thank you very much, Io. In our opinion, we feel that players are tough to condition with. I do think it's tough to condition with Vanessa because of the lack of quote-unquote robust tools. That we've always talked about her precision nature, right? The problem with precision tools is that's hard to condition. Like that is, I think it's hard. I think there are certain ways to condition, like throwing is a way to condition the opponent. So conditioning opponents into a Abare, but we're talking about like the really fine-tuned the ways that work into Vanessa's tool. That's kind of more about Abare versus not, and discouraging low attacks versus not, and you don't want to do that one too much. I can see the frustrations trying to condition with Vanessa, or more like you're conditioning on speed, or you're conditioning on like general concept. But if we're talking about very specific, narrow them down, it's like then you're doing more offense stance play, right? And the hard part though with Vanessa is like even on her standard tools, they tend to be like less range than normal, and that makes them less robust than normal, right? Like even her elbow is very not quite elbow, and her offense stance elbow is so short range that like it pretty much is like a counter hit tool, as opposed to like a normal I'm just gonna stop you at these ranges. It's like a counter hit tool at point blank range, you know. So Vanessa, her precision design, I can see where if you're used to conditioning with other characters, that can be frustrating conditioning with her, aside from the typical I'm gonna throw them until they mash type of conditioning, right? You can condition with ranges though. You can condition with ranges, but that's like more tactical. That's not even, I don't know if I dare call that a conditioning, you know? But you know what you do that does condition? Nellie's use of sweep is like, it has so many answers that eventually, for a smart opponent, it would condition the smart opponent, because it has them thinking of a lot of decision points that Nellie makes from the sweep. Like Nellie makes Vanessa's sweep look like Aoi sweep. Honestly, the way you use sweep, Nellie, it reminds me of Aoi sweep. It's like such a deep situation, and it's like, oh man, this can go in so many directions here, you know. So I'll have to read what's here.
Round one. Ready, go!
Labra, you're doing really good. Very nice. Very good. I like all the decisions by Labra. I'm gonna give him a hard time now. Like, starting now, I have to give him a real hard time. Very good decisions, Lambda. Let's do this. Let's throw hands.
Round 2. Ready, go!
And I'm sorry if this is my machine causing the slowness. These are like Labra. These are really good matches with Labra, though.
Ready, go!
I like that. That was a beautiful sidestep. Labra strong. Yeah, that was a beautiful sidestep. I like the sidestepping by Labra. So good. It's been a while, so I think I forgot who Labra is because they're playing. It's like I know that we fought before now. So good. Look at that. So beautiful. Don't forget, Leon face down, head forward. The crumple, so the crumple wake up. I can do a forward rolling rising attack, but you can sidestep it. Don't forget, Labra, that you can sidestep and punish that. You can sidestep and punish that. Okay, so let's see here. So the conditioning that Nelly can do with Vanessa's sweep game is that if your opponent is really interactive, then that's the type of reverse conditioning that a Vanessa can do, right? The more interactive the opponent, the more we can actually start conditioning crazy stuff. And so, because now it becomes read versus read. But that's like, but I don't think that's the same type of conditioning that you were talking about earlier. Good.
Round 2. Ready, go! Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good. Very good game, Kasana. Those were really good rounds. So, despite the round counts, those were really good rounds. I really enjoyed this fight.
What a knucklehead!
So let me see what was said. Sir Hixalot said, "I can see you guys saying that. I wouldn't say." I have to hold this. So you guys saying that I wouldn't say that is due to her not being respected with her damage, but due to her being kind of easy to blow up. I mean, like the way to play around. The thing is a strong way to play against Vanessa is trying to get her to whiff, right? And if you're trying to get her to whiff, that's hard to condition. You know, it's hard to it's really hard to condition that. But yeah. And then Rayblade says Vanessa is a very manual character and can't really just do stuff. Yeah, that the lack of robustness is what I mean by she can't just do stuff, right? Like Jackie can just do stuff. His moves are robust as hell, but Vanessa's moves are just so what I call just precise, you know. But she can be on reads though. Oh my god, I thought I guarded some of that. I'd like to say that this is Raccoon. No, not Raccoon. This is Android 16. Right. Android 16. Gotta love when you can score a counter hit eye poke.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Oh, it's so cool. I didn't know that. I actually didn't know about this one. This is awesome. So if you don't tech here, he can ring you out. That's so cool.
Ready, go!
I was hoping to cheat that. Love the catch though. Love the catch though. So good, Booger. Keep this up.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Good game, Booger. That was intense. I love the round start ring out combo. That's an awesome combo. Like, if they don't tech roll, he's gonna ring them out. That's really awesome. That's like really sick. So thank you all for the battles. I'm definitely going on break after this and just watching matches, but yeah. PPK hit string on. Okay, so let's continue this conversation because it's good stuff. Okay, sorry, Diva. Yeah, try again. I like Ray's suggestion that Vanessa have a PPK hit string in both stances with a high-low. Let me see. That's an interesting idea. Okay, we'll be queuing up for the next one very soon. Rayblade says if Vanessa was a card, she'd definitely be a manual. Nelly says once upon a time Vanessa did have the punch low, or the high low. Thank you very much for the raid, Labrilla. Labrilla, thank you so much. Want to give a shout out to Labrilla. I don't know if I've joined Labrilla before, but for that raid, I'm gonna give him a shout out and say, please check out their channel. I will try to check out their channel myself. I'll try to add them as well. All right. So now I'm gonna put myself on the break, and we'll see how everyone does. Yeah.
Round 1. Ready,
But we are queuing up for the new league battle, so please try to jump on in, see if it works out for you. Alright, Rayblade says Shun and Leon are automatic. Alright. If you think so, I don't think Leon's automatic though. I think, like, I really don't think. I think Leon gets punished pretty hard if he's automatic. But he's definitely a character where I feel very active when I play him. But that's me. There are things I tend to do once I get the hit, or patterns I like to play. But there's a lot of patterns I try to turn off too. Yeah, automatic Sarah can be pretty strong automatically, but then she, would start losing if the opponent knows how to fight against her Flamingo. Yeah. But I can understand opponents feeling these ways about these characters. Just like Shun, it's not so much that Shun's automatic, but Shun is very expressive and a lot of his options are good. And a lot of times he can play a little bit less interactively. More like conceptually, he's just kind of let the opponent make a mistake and punish him. And he can play, he can play in the lame style, but lame style is interactive. And for him to actually capitalize and make the most of it, it's got to be interactive. But he can be very frustrating because the opponent can feel like they can't force interaction, but Shun can force interaction. And so I can understand why that would feel automatic. If you feel like you can't force the opponent to play your game, that can be very frustrating. And that could feel like they're automatic. But no, Shun is specifically interacting it from long range. Pi can just keep chipping the opponent, but yeah. So Diva says, who do you think is the hardest character in the game to use? Most say Akira, but I think Vanessa's one of the harder characters to use in the game. I mean, at a low level you can do a lot with her, but I think at a high level she's kind of detail oriented. I'd like to say Lao actually, but so Lao is an interesting one because if Lao gets that damage on you, it's big damage. Lao is one of those characters that's quote unquote deceptively simple, but actually is applying a lot of skill to actually do a lot. Though now they've given him some easy powerful tools. So what are those easy powerful tools? 6K is consistent as a counter hit tool, and if he sidesteps or gets to your side and does P plus K, if that thing hits you, he gets a crumple combo. But it's very punishable. The opponent sidesteps and waits for the whiff, waits for the hits to go by, then they'll destroy him. So he can't just use that all the time. He needs to be sure that he's guaranteed to hit that from the side. But I think Lao is actually quite hard to use. To really get the full use out of him, there's a lot of little skills. Lots of these tiny little skills. But it might not be that he's the hardest character to use. It just might be the one where he's training you on a lot of skills that a player might have a strong interest using him so that they could work on those skills. Super amazing whiff punish. Watch JB Lee Curtis to understand how good Lao's whiff punish is. But it's skill based, right? It's not like Jackie has an easier time because of beat knuckle and because of something like 6K, 17 frame normal hit launcher that a lot of characters have. Lao doesn't have 17 frame normal hit launcher. He has 15 frame recovery hit, but has to be crouching to hit with a high, meaning your opponent has to be standing and Lao has to be crouching to hit with that Punisher. It's really hard, but that's what makes him fun to use. Is to land that one is so fun. There's a case to be said for every character being hard to use. If your opponent knows how to guard punish Taka, technically I think Taka faces some interesting challenges. I think his Nitaku has been adjusted in a way where it's not like super overwhelming, but it is really strong, and it does define his game a lot. But I think he's a little harder to play than people give credit for. It's just that everybody has to learn how to play against him. Everybody has to learn new combos against him. That's why they don't like it, and they have to learn that certain sequences they do against other characters don't work against him. So those factors are the things that why people get mad when they fight against Taka. But the work the Taka player actually has to do, his wall game is a wall conversion game, and it's like you need to really see the spacing really well and the stance to pick the right one. So Taka's wall conversion game looks easy, it's pretty hard. Taka's again, he is super guard punishable in the game. It's just that the opponent has to learn how to guard punish him, but once they do, oh my gosh, he actually eats a lot of damage and possibly ring outs if the opponent just learns those things, right? And just, yeah. But That said, if he guesses right, he does a lot, and he can set up ring out really well. And he is the best character on the short fence. So short fence, he can ring everybody out, and people have trouble ringing him out. So honestly, Taka should keep playing the short fence stage.
Round 2. Ready?
But I do think Vanessa is probably one of the hardest, actually. I have a lot of respect for that. Yeah, I think in the case of Lao, until you play Lao, you might not understand why Lao has challenges. But like,
Round 3.
but a lot of people, like even Mike from Australia, we talked about it in Thailand. Mike admitted that once he committed himself to play Lao for a bit, he realized how much of a skill character Lao is. And he never realized. He always thought Lao was simple, and then he played Lao and was like, "This is actually, like this is actually hard," you know. So, yeah. All right, what are people saying? Fofo says, Chanchai, I completely disagree with the content creators who admire VF from a certain distance. Akira isn't the hardest character to learn, he's the easiest. I think Akira is easy to learn to play as if you already understand VF. I do think that. I would agree with the player. There's a player who has kind of shared this opinion with me is Tengu Man. And I would agree with Tengu Man on this opinion, where I'm not saying he's easy though, but I would say that like somebody who understands VF will kind of understand how to use Akira pretty quickly, and they'll make good, strong use of him. That said, if you want to maximize the Akira, he definitely has challenges. He definitely has things that make that are tough, but I wouldn't put him in the hardest character. But I would say but I do think he's really hard for beginners. And not exactly for the execution barrier, but because of the discipline that knowing that this is a single move game, that he does, like the lack of strings is not beginner friendly, right? So again, I'm talking about the very low bar here, right? And beginners, okay, we're gonna start the league battle. Never mind, after this game, we'll start the league battle. So with Akira, like, it's just that for beginners, the ability to kind of input in a way that you're not so precise and somehow apply pressure and take away the agency of your opponent, that's what this function of strings do. Like, that's why strings feel comfortable. They buy you time to think about what you want to do in a lot of games. Not exactly VF, because VF just loses to 2P, right? The strings just lose to 2P and VF. But the beginner doesn't know that first. And so beginner versus beginner, you're going to see lots of full-on strings, right? Because it gives them time to think. Akira doesn't give the beginner time to think. If the VF player already understands like VF, they can learn how to use Akira in not too much time, and they could be effective with him without that much difficulty to a degree. You know, and then they kind of learn some other stuff. So I don't disagree with that. Like, I do think, and also another thing, a lot of people from afar, and I'm not going to label content, I just say people in general, a lot of people that are learning VF, they will say Akira is linear, so therefore he's weak to evade. And I was like, no, he's not. You know, so, well, one, throws are strong against evade. Two, delay attacks are good, and Akira has the best delay attacks in the game. You know, so it's like and here's the crazy thing about Akira. You know what Akira's superpower is? If he does super dashing elbow, he doesn't know if he's buffering or delaying. Like, you know, like in the movie Whiplash, when he's like, are you dragging or are you rushing? Are you dragging or are you rushing? Akira's like, I don't care, I smack you anyway. You know, so so, you know, Akira, he doesn't even know the answer, but he wins. You know, so like, he doesn't know if he's dragging or rushing, he still hits you. You know, so you sidestep, you autopilot sidestep against Akira at your peril. You know. Yeah, not quite my tempo. You know, so All right, here we go. Good luck, everyone. Have fun. Do we see any crash outs here? That's what we're looking for first. All right, Alien Zombie is in the room. We have a really nice room here. Look at this. Yeah, not quite my tempo. Oh my gosh, yes. The Sega NVIDIA presentation is in just over 4 hours. This is awesome. I mean, it could be awesome. We don't know. But they have former heads of Sega there. They got Yu Suzuki there, current heads of Sega there, and Jensen Huang, all doing this presentation. And they're even giving prizes to attendees that go there, like Virtua Fighter playing attendees. They will get some people will get graphics cards for free. I think the model is the 5090. I don't know. But yeah, they're like they're doing something about VF, and they're making a huge announcement. I don't know if they're going to announce that they're using AI in VF. I don't know that. But you know, NVIDIA is graphics first originally, right? And so I'm excited for it, but they also have a deep history. So they've had a history of Sega helping NVIDIA when it needed it, and NVIDIA helping Sega. They've been making it very clear for the past year and a half that there is this symbiotic relationship between the two. That Sega has helped NVIDIA when it needed it in its start. NVIDIA has helped Sega at different points in time, including when they were in rough spots. One of those things was also that NVIDIA donated to the marketing budget for, I think, Virtua Fighter 4, which tells me that's why Virtua Fighter 4 had a commercial on TV. You know, really surprised me. However, I do think it worked because Virtua Fighter 4 is one of the best performing VF games on console in the US, at least. And I would go to like a fraternity that would only have Madden, another sports game, and then it had Virtua Fighter 4, like on their shelf. That was it. They got the Madden audience to buy Virtua Fighter 4, and I think it's because they had an ESPN commercial. You know, so you know, but that house had Virtua Fighter 4, and I was like, oh hell yeah. You know, so, and like the only other games were sports games, right? So that's a win. Well, back then, Virtua Fighter 4, this is probably Madden 2000, or like Madden 2001 probably. So I can't remember when. Back then, I liked the NBA 2K games myself, so, and I liked the NFL 2K, so if they had asked me which game I prefer, I would have said NFL 2K, you know, because I just enjoyed how those played, and I don't follow football. But yeah, it was probably Madden 02. Okay, Madden 02. That would make sense for the VF4. Yeah, so a VF fan is going to get a 5090 at the NVIDIA event in Japan. So let's see what they announce. Let's see what they say. But yeah, that's just in 4 hours. It's going to be big. NFL Blitz is fun. That said, Ray and I played on an arcade cabinet that was a converted. Our VF4 cabinet was an NFL Blitz cabinet that was converted. That said, I appreciate Junior, who was the arcade operator at the time, who got the VF4 machine. I appreciate him greatly, so there's no shade of him. I am only grateful to him. He has been amazing for us as players and amazing for us as an operator at Tilt. But that said, that machine was a converted NFL Blitz, so that thing really wrecked my hand. You know, the gap between the guard and the punch button, and you couldn't really do the thumb on guard way. You had to kind of do like, I mean, you could, but yeah, I just remember straining my hand on that, so I had to always massage my hand because I was not going to stop playing. So I would just have to, you know, keep taking care of my hands before and after playing VF4. So yeah, but that NFL Blitz layout was pretty brutal for my hands for playing VF. So, yeah, that showcase is in like 4 or 5 hours. So Really wonder what they're gonna show us. Kralman, so good to see you. I had such a wonderful time fighting you on Saturday. Thank you so much for the battles. Awesome Shun. Really loved what your Shun does. The thing that scared me with Kralman's Shun, his decisions at his long range game is very scary, and him applying reads to when he thinks you're gonna actually cut off versus when you're gonna actually. He's the guy going, are you rushing or are you dragging? And he punishes you for whichever decision you make. So Kralman's long range Shun was quite something to fight on Saturday. I had so much fun fighting it, but it was like I lost to it quite a bit before I started to find my own rhythm on how to fight this thing. but it was so much fun. And Kralman has, it's not just that though, that's just the starting point. Kralman plays a lot of awesome mind games with their Shun. I loved it. I fought many Shun. I've had many Shun rivals, so I'm not new to fighting against Shun, and I fought so many amazing Shun players, but even then, and with all those different styles, Dusty Kralman's Shun definitely has its own style and its own like logic and approach, and that's how expressive Shun is. It's amazing. So like I thought I'd seen it all with Shun. You know, but Dusty Kralman gave me a lot of hell with their Shun, so really fun battles on Saturday, man. Alright, Kralman says, my Leon is very funny. You always have a new trick or setup I've never seen. I have a lot of stuff because my approach to learning was just try all kinds of stuff. And I know that like when you watch me fight, a lot of people will see similar combos and some stuff that's the same. But you will see me cycle through a huge Rolodex of all kinds of stuff that I've tried to make work in the past. so there's a lot of stuff that I'll, you know, and Shun versus Leon, there's lots of crazy, weird interactions. So I like to try to go for lots of stuff. So, alright, Kralman says, you clearly are a good listener. Thank you, I'm trying. I try very hard to be a good listener. Especially with the, are you rushing or dragging? You know. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, fun, Leon. Thank you very much. So Kralman said your Leon is really fun. Well, your Shun is very fun. So I think it works for both of us because your Shun is definitely like some of the most fun I've fought in a long time. Win or lose, you know, it's just like, oh my gosh. It's just like, and it's like, I can't believe I'm losing to Rising Kick like this because the timing was spot on. Like your timing with, I know that Shun's Rising Kick is really good, period, because I've lost to it many times in the past, but I've also conquered it many times in the past. But like, but just the slight the timing you do it at, I just completely got hit by it like 5 times before I could start to kind of work around it. It was really fun. That was a blast. I'm excited to post that video later, but people can watch it on KDQ Bushido's Twitch channel on their VODs. They always play really great music too. So, all right. So Firebird was asked about the Madden, and Firebird has brought the Madden. Only problem now that my stick is now throwback Cavs Knicks colors. I see. Fish Tacos tonight says, I wish I could stick around, but I have to sleep for work. No problem. Rest well. Feel free to watch the VOD and feel free to comment anything you want to say. You know, I'll happily read the comments on the video. Have a good night and rest well, Fish Tacos. So DJ Syrup says, sorry if you answered already. Sega X and Video Showcase starts in 4 hours 15 minutes. Awesome. No problem. We want good reminders to everybody about that. So in about 4 hours and 15 minutes, perfect. That's like 1:30 a.m. my time. No, 1 a.m. my time. So that's great. Yeah, so 1 a.m. my time, 4 a.m. East Coast time. Yeah. Rayblade gets it at a comfortable time. Firebird has the vermilion color. Probably gonna catch. I'm gonna try to catch the VOD because I've been telling myself to sleep earlier. like start preparing myself for a life where I have to sleep earlier. So
Round 2. Ready, go!
like tonight I probably am gonna rest early. This stream will probably end in about 3 hours from now, about 2 hours from now, but because I am gonna try to sleep earlier tonight, and then I'm gonna try to I'm probably gonna try to wake up and watch the VOD right away as soon as I wake up though. But I think anybody should be trying to watch that live. Because, you know, social media might be blasting the spoilers, but I don't know if that event is being streamed. So it might just be something where we read the articles about it. Alright, I like that Bushido's working the battle with Portland Axe. Keep it up. Portland Axe getting all the reps in. That said, Taka will make you think you can use all the strings as much as you like. Jeffrey has really good strings though. He really, really does. But learning how to play the single move game eventually is your goal in BF, because it's just really powerful. But the strings become strong again later after you really understood that. Yeah, Ray's right. Ray says there's no guarantee of new Crossroads info, but I think there's a good chance. Yeah, I mean, they might just say something general, but they might talk about something cool. I mean, they're going to talk about something cool. We just don't know what type of cool or if it's Virtua Fighter, but this event is very Virtua Fighter written all over it. Fish Taco says, I'll be off work for 10 days starting Friday, so I can actually put in a bit of time. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm looking forward to it, Fish Tacos. Yeah, Syrup says, apparently it's not being streamed. Yeah, so we're probably just going to... What's going to happen is we're probably going to see... We'll probably watch the clip from CNBC, and CNBC doesn't even go live for like an extra 3 hours after that. So I don't know. Maybe Forbes, maybe Forbes' online channel. Maybe it'll be like Financial News will be the one that's going to show us like whatever clip they showed at the event, you know. So. As I told Akai that like if you want a good drinking game, because Akai is not too familiar with Jensen Huang, so I told Akai if you want a good drinking game, watch like CNBC and take a shot every time they mention Jensen Huang. So you know. And Setsuna was just like, yeah, you'll be knocked out in no time. So. I'm looking forward to seeing how people receive the open beta for Tokon, and I'm really hoping that Avatar lives up to a lot of what people would like, because I think it looks really good. As a fighting game, it looks like it's a really good game, and yeah, I'd like Avatar to do well. If Avatar does well, it's good for fighting games. If Tokon does well, it's good for fighting games. So I really want those games to do really well. Yeah, something. This game was made possible with the new NVIDIA boards. It could be something like that. Yeah, they'll probably talk about how the game is rendering on NVIDIA machines, and it's like, well, everything's rendering on NVIDIA machines, but even crypto's rendering on NVIDIA machines. No, sorry, bad joke. But, yeah, Fish Taco says Avatar is great. I just didn't have a character in the beta. Fair point. I need to watch more videos in Avatar. I have only been glancing at it, and my impression, but I like what I've seen. But I haven't even looked to see like how Toph is represented in the game, and I'd like to see how Toph is, because Toph is awesome. You know. Like, we all want our blind, powerful earthbender, you know? So. What do you guys think of this new Korean female character, which, you know, from the image that's shown makes us think she might be Taekwondo, because she's got like the segmented toes, you know, boot or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, foot guard. She's got foot guard that's like got individual toes. Rayblades thinks it's Lisa from Blackpink. That would not be unreasonable. What I would say, I was teasing in some chats. I was teasing like, what if it was Jury? You know. That said, here's what I will say. I think I would prefer that we didn't talk about crossovers and collaborations, aside from something that's like Shenmue or like a Dragon. But outside of those, I would prefer that those conversations happen a year after the game is launched. I think, but like a year before the game comes out, I think the marketing is still like establishing. There's still so much mystery and excitement about what exactly is Virtua Fighter Crossroads. So I want it to be on the identity of Virtua Fighter Crossroads. I'm personally not against crossovers. I'm not against collaborations. I just think those things have a place after the whole thing is really established and the story is played out and people have already been attached to the core thing. And Virtua Fighter Crossroads is this reintroduction of Virtua Fighter. It's a brand new introduction to Virtua Fighter. So that's like a lot of stuff, a lot of intrigue, a lot of mystery, a lot of I really want to know more. And that's where I feel like collaborations come way later if they're even gonna come, right? Like I feel like that's like a season 2 thing, you know, season 3 even. But season 2, right? But like right now, Virtua Fighter is just showing what it is, so that's why I doubt like it's Jury, right? It's just I'm just joking when I say what if it's Jury, but inside I'm like this is not the time to be like we're still trying to get to know these characters that are unique to Virtua Fighter. You know, we need that to play out before we're talking about other world characters or you know crossovers. But it is Taekwondo. It's got to be Taekwondo. Maybe she's Taekwondo and Hapkido. That would be badass. But probably just Taekwondo. Female Korean is what we've been told. So it's gonna be interesting. Yeah. And I still think it's not that ambiguous. We don't know the gender character. I don't think it's that person. So, you know, yeah, especially when they said it was Korean, because then I think they would try to stress the eyes or certain facial features for the Koreanness of this character. I don't know how people from Paraguay generally look, but I do like how Cielo looks in terms of getting a sense of his ethnicity by looking at him. So I'm hoping same thing for a Korean character. That said, K-pop collab, yeah, it's fair to speculate on that. I personally like K-pop, and I do like girl groups, so you know, there's some K-pop artists I wouldn't mind, but I actually don't really want it in Virtua Fighter right now. So I'm more on board with them promoting as opposed to featuring inside the game. MoveQuick says Avatar is so good, all the characters are so faithfully represented and fun. Can't wait for it. It looks so good, and it looks like a 2D. Like we want 2D fighters to keep happening, right? So it looks so good. I do like the song Boombaya, so though, you know, favorite Blackpink is probably the one almost everybody else say. I like Whistle, so. You know, shout outs to the Dreamcast being in Whistle, in the Whistle music video. Yeah, Rayblade agrees with me. I don't think we'll see collabs in year one. Yeah, I really don't. It's like year one is not the time for this particular game. It's just so it's like diluting. It's not. It has a dilution effect. It doesn't have a feature add, a bonus feel to it. It has a dilution. You're just like, what are you doing? It feels like it compromises for where we're at right now. Fish Tacos Tonight says, if you like movement, Avatar is a good game for you. I do. Also, if you like high execution for combos as well, I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of high execution for combos, but I'm going to try it. But it does have a low barrier for entry. I do like low barrier to entry. And Toph is dope. You got me right here. Ray says, if a collab, maybe Sega only catches. I agree with that. Like, the only collab I would ever want to see pre-launch or in the first year is Sega collab. It's like, well, I might not really want to see a Sonic collab, but I definitely would, you know, like I'm open to like Shenmue or, you know, they've had Ryo Hazuki in a lot of games, or of course, Like a Dragon. Virtua Cop is cool too. Janet from Virtua Cop coming back. Yeah, she'd be like the chief of police. She moved to Villa Sapara, right? So the way that I remember Villa Sapara, Villa and separate. So that's how I remember the name of Villa Sapara. Yeah, Firebird says jury fans found the character. No, well, some of the jury fans might be disappointed that she's got footwear, right? So, you know, sorry. Anyways, Aoi becomes a cop. That would be fine because, you know, Fighters Megamix has Janet from Virtua Cop and it plays closer to Aoi, but with a gun. What non-Shenmue or Like a Dragon guest could they even add that fits the game's world, though? Virtua Cop, yeah. House of the Dead. Dynamite Deca, which is Die Hard the arcade game, but, you know, Dynamite Deca in Japan. Let's see. Streets of Rage. I would like a Streets of Rage. I wouldn't mind Streets of Rage, though. I again, that's like a year 3 thing. You know, like Streets of Rage one, I'm not quite ready for, but you know, could. Shinobi, not quite ready for it, but they could do it. During these times, I would prefer not a Persona. Look, I love Persona. I'm playing the hell out of Persona these days, but I know how sick social media is of Persona collaborations, and like I actually like a lot of Persona collaborations. The one that I'm not as into though, that I don't really like, that like it's just not for me. I wasn't gonna play this game, is the Call of Duty mobile game, right? That one is like, okay, that one is maybe not for me. But there are components of the marketing that are cool. But for the most part, that's like, my brain just clashed on that when I saw it. You know, I'm just like, yeah, maybe that stays in China. I don't know. But I don't play Call of Duty Mobile. And I don't know how the Call of Duty Mobile fans would feel. Maybe they love it. Maybe it's awesome. Maybe they're used to other types of collabs like that. I was just really surprised. That one like kind of pulled me out of it. But part of it because of the art style of Call of Duty Mobile, and then trying to adapt that with Persona. I'm just not ready for that, I guess. Yeah. Tupac, well, I guess now we can do Tupac because Tupac is in Stranger in Heaven, and I've already said I'm okay with that. I mean, I was cool with Snoop Dogg. They talked to the family and the estate for Tupac. Could I imagine Tupac doing that? Yes, I could. So here's the thing: if you're gonna talk about like '90s rap and say they're not gonna do a collab, I don't know what you've been. I don't know if you're just not really familiar with how these guys with like rap hip hop culture back then or even now, you know. So you know, it's like if someone tried to tell me Tupac would never, I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure he would. You know. So yeah. Well, I think it's true that like when you have IPs and you have mediums for publisher, like on the publisher side and even the marketer side, there is this desire for collaboration. Sometimes it's complicated with games though, because we want to be able to play our games 10, 20, 15, 20 years from now, but the licensing causes problems. Maybe it seems like, right? That's what we're dealing with nowadays. So now collaborations are a mixed thing, but for the mass audience, they do like collaborations, and it sometimes gets them to a game. So as a gamer, I'm like, well, okay, but make the collaboration really good, right? That's like, as a gamer, then I'm like, if you're gonna do a collaboration, make it really good. But also, right now in Virtua Fighter Crossroads, I want to learn about Virtua Fighter Crossroads. Anything else is distraction, because I want to know about these characters in Virtua Fighter Crossroads. I want to know about this world. This single player game looks like it's actually going to be good, so I care. If I didn't think the single player was going to be good, I don't know if I would care as much. But with what they've shown, we're all expecting a really good single player game. And so we're expecting a good single player story. So now I want to know these characters. And that's why it's resonating so hard, right? That's why this strategy has proven to be correct. That's why this resources seem to be justified. Sega bet big. They got the Japanese government to bet big with them, I couldn't be happier with what I'm seeing right now as a fan, so we'll see. But yeah, right now for Virtua Fighter Crossroads, not the time for collaborations. In general though, I'm okay with collaborations, but man, please make sure you do them really well. Like put care into it. Think about the end user when you do it. Think about the core end user when you do it too, because they can guide you, because try to make it so both will really like it. Yeah. That's all I really ask. But then there's the other side. Will we be able to play this game in 10 years? Please make sure we could. I mean, we'll see what they do with Stranger Than Heaven. I'm not going to rip on it for now. I'm really excited for that game. I have been excited for that game since its reveal, or since its tease. And nothing has slowed me down, nothing has really gotten me to hesitate in really anticipating Stranger Than Heaven. So that's okay. The only thing that's gotten me distracted from Stranger Than Heaven is Virtua Fighter Crossroads. So that's the only thing that's the only reason it's not in my mind so heavily right now, is because Crossroads is like floating in that space right now. But Stranger Than Heaven has just like, that marketing has just been awesome. Fans are still clamoring for that song. They're like, please just release the song on Spotify and on YouTube. Let us just play that track, right? Because that track sounds awesome, right? Is it Snoop Dogg and Otto? I don't know. Otto is pretty awesome, by the way. Not gonna lie, Stranger Than Heaven got me to start looking at Otto, and so I know that its intention is to get the Otto fans to look at Stranger Than Heaven, and I'm sure that that's worked out too, or will work out. But for me, it's got me looking at Otto. So All right, what else we got here? I like Diva saying ambitions as a Virtua Fighter. I can hear it. I know. I'm not going to imitate it, but I love it. Flaring, so good to see you. So Fofo says, on the topic of characters, I want to see the stolen characters Majido and Jeff before any collab. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Sounds good to me. Karasiva says, Sai, it feels like my playstyle is getting red. Virtua Fighter is, at some point you have to go beyond style. Or as Juicebox has said it, your style are your reads. Your reads are your style. That's a better way to put it. And so you gotta go there. You can still maintain your style, but your style cannot be, this is just what I do in this situation. It's more of like these are the things I prioritize. These are the things I focus on, and that if you do any of these things, I'm going to destroy it. Outside of that, my game's going to try to get you to want to do those things, and that I guess is the style. It's the strategy. But yeah, you'll find more approach. You'll find more ways to manage your approach to the game and deal with all the questions your opponent asks you in the fight. So Diva says, so about a year ago, it was rumored that Sega has planned Fortnite collabs for their IPs, including Sonic, Like a Dragon, and VF. On the flip side, how would you feel about VF and Fortnite? Well, for me, I wouldn't mind, but the thing is, I don't know if it would get me into Fortnite. So that's the problem for me. But it might get a lot of other people. Fortnite is having trouble right now, though. Fortnite's really having a lot of trouble. But I would appreciate the VF collab in there, in the sense that sometimes these collabs really do work. Now, Dead or Alive is not a mass product, or is not massively popular product, but Dead or Alive collaboration with Virtua Fighter, I do believe helped Virtua Fighter, in the sense that during Ultimate Showdown, meeting the people that were Dead or Alive players that were like, that were ready to jump on Virtua Fighter because they liked playing the characters in Dead or Alive. And that's also to the Dead or Alive team's credit, because they didn't make the characters weak in Dead or Alive. They made them quite interesting. So, and they also made them still more or less play similar to a degree. So it's fun watching Dead or Alive players play Virtua Fighter characters. Fortnite, that one I don't know. That's a tricky one because of the nature of the Fortnite collabs, but if it helps, I'll be happy. I can't comment too much. I don't play enough Fortnite to say. Fortnite's in an interesting state right now, but it still has tons of people playing it, just not as much as maybe before. So we'll see. But if they did do collabs, I'm okay with it. I'm not against it. But I want to see how good the collab is. So as a gamer, which collabs am I going to comment on? The ones for the games that I do play, right? Meaning I'm playing the game itself. But I'm pretty open-minded when like Virtua Fighter characters show up elsewhere. I loved that Virtua Fighter had featured very prominently in Project X Zone. I loved when Smash Brothers put Akira in there. That makes me happy. So to say that would make me unhappy for it to be in Fortnite, that wouldn't be correct. I'd be cool with it because I was cool with it in those other games, right? In fact, I would have been, I wish that the Virtua Fighter character was actually playable, was more playable in like Smash, right? So I'm cool with collaborations because I want to share the love of the character, and if another publisher says we want to show that this character is cool, I'm happy for that. Yeah. So those collabs never really bothered me. The only ones that it's like sometimes I'll have like a meme like response, like when I talked about Call of Duty Mobile having the persona, but I don't play Call of Duty Mobile, and I don't know how well it's integrated with that game, and I don't know the aesthetics of that game. So for me, it's just like, okay, but there were certain parts of the marketing that looked cool, but then there's certain parts of it where it pulls me out a little, and it's a little jarring for me. It's like, I just did not imagine Persona in this art style, and with this theme and art style together. But Fortnite has allowed all kinds of stuff in there, so it's literally battle royale as far as collabs go. Okay, let's see. So Diva does play Fortnite, but they haven't been as excited by it lately. I don't know if it will make any VF player play Fortnite, but if it makes people aware of what VF is and yeah, that's 100% Diva. If like the Fortnite collab like makes people aware of VF, that's what I want. So selfishly, that's what I want. All right, congratulations Ray and Bushido, very good battles, and also IO as well. Good stuff, everyone. We will start the next league battle in about 13 minutes. So at the 25-minute mark, we will start the next league battle. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Good to see you all that were able to join. I like VF characters being in Dengeki Bunko, so that's cool. Oh yes, I did. So I really did like VF characters in the King of Fighters All-Stars And Ray had a lot of characters in that, I think. So, like the mobile game KOF All Stars, yeah, they had Virtua Fighter collab, and I thought it was awesome. Like that actually got me to play the KOF All Stars because of that. Because I knew I would get to play the VF characters in the beat 'em up environment. I did play KOF All Stars for a little bit because of that collab. So it worked on me for a little bit. No, I hear you, Diva. And for the record, I loved when I love when I hear Persona music on Diva and Sir Hix-a-Lot streams. Yeah, it's unlikely that DOA 6 LR would bring back the VF guest, but you know, if they bring the VF guest in the DLR 7, I think that'd be awesome. Right now, yeah, I don't want to talk too much about DOA 6 LR except to say that I'm cheering on the Dead or Alive community, and I hope they make the most of what they can, and I hope the game keeps getting better. But also, I'll be cheering for Dead or Alive 7 when it's time to be cheering for Dead or Alive 7. DOA 6LR I will play at locals, by the way. It is being played at my locals, and so I do play Dead or Alive 6 at my locals. I don't play all the time because I'm usually playing VF, but I will make time to play Dead or Alive because there's a lot of wonderful people in the community, and there are wonderful people that love playing Dead or Alive, and they've given Virtua Fighter a fair amount of time, and they still play it. So per the laws of reciprocity, I play Dead or Alive because I enjoy it, but also as a way of like reciprocating the good faith. They're playing VF with us. Okay, I play Dead or Alive with you guys. Do I think Go is going to be in VF6? I think Go, I believe he will be. I think he fits in Dead or Alive, or in Virtua Fighter 6. I think Go fits in Crossroads. I think it would be awesome to have him. Though him being older, I don't know, but still cool. I really like Go. I think his design is cool. I think he's unique. I love that, you know, the Gentle Fist Judo is represented in a very Street Fighter-ish manner, and I love the representation of judo. I like it on a thematic level, actually. Like, the thing, like, it really is judo. Or, like, it really represents judo well. But it's also really cool to have this, like, contrast. But it's really cool because I think when you play Go, you kind of feel like my fantasy idea of like a high-level judo competitor. The reads, the situational awareness, how they play out, the pacing, and then the sudden damage. I think Go really, I think all the characters in Virtua Fighter really convey fighting style so well, and I think Go is definitely in there. So I really want Go in the next VF. Like, I really do, because I think he's really fun to play, and he makes you satisfied with your reads. He's a guy who makes you think about reads, because autopilot is just not the way with him. You know? Like, pure autopilot is just not the way. He's a character that should be reading on offense and on defense, and he'll be rewarded for it.
Round 4. Ready? Go.
Yeah, I think Go is just so badass. So I think not having Go in Crossroads, I think he should absolutely be in Crossroads. Like, 100%. He's like, it's kind of like if I just made a list, he's in the list. If they're like, pick 10 characters that have to be in Crossroads, Go would be in that list for me. So. I do think he's a good crossover character for other fighting games too. That said, the funniest crossover would be Smash. It would be funny to have Go in Smash Brothers. Like, I don't know, it's not exactly right, but it would be funny. But he's not really a hit them far away kind of character. Like, Akira makes sense because he'll like body check them out of, like, he'll body check win, you know? But Go, like, yes, he hits hard, but it's a little different, you know? But his throws would be freaking cool, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Platinum says that's why I love Go. His playstyle, design, his attitude, and his risk and reward. 100%. It's, yeah, they're really great. Like, Go is the character you want to see in other fighting games. I want to see him in Fatal Fury. I want to see him I really want to see him in Tekken. You know, he'll probably have the spiked baseball bat in Tekken actually. You know, but I really do want to see like Go like, and I'd love to see him in Dead or Alive. Holy cow! So yeah. Fofo says I have to mod Go's hoodie back in Rival World Stage. Even RDG didn't restore it. I would like the hoodie. Yeah, actually, well, some friends laughed when they saw like when I got my daughter like a sleeveless hoodie when she was really little. when she was like 4 years old. So like Plague, when Plague saw the photo on Facebook, he just like commented, "We know." You know, it was pink though. Hers was pink, and she would wear it with like jeans that had like hearts on the knees. And it was really cute. So but Go's hoodie is awesome. Hitomi would be really cool. I would like Hitomi in VF. I think Hitomi would be cool. I think there's a good reason people like karate, especially in the fighting game community. And so I don't mind more karate in fighting games. I really don't. So yeah, but Hitomi in Virtua Fighter would be really cool. In season 2 or 3. You know? So, yeah. It's true. The low poly hoodie is in the game. Eva says Akira was in Smash twice, but a costume in Wii U and assist in Ultimate. He should have been playable with the other. He should, like, Akira is a character that'd be pretty awesome to have as a character in Smash, because he literally smashes. I mean, this is the character that smashes. You know. And wouldn't it be awesome if like he did Stun Palm of Doom and it blasted them into the camera? You know, if he does Stun Palm of Doom and then just boom, they like smack into the screen, that would be awesome. I would love that. It's like, hey, right? Diva says, I imagine people would complain about Akira in Smash because he would have ridiculous shield break pressure. Yeah, he probably would. He would just have this move. It's like... Yeah, the Smash break pressure would be nuts. Alright, we're about 3 minutes away from... Tenpai, awesome to have you in here. Mind's Eye, awesome to have you here. Splash Breeze, welcome back. Always awesome to have you here. Anto, of course, has been here. Kasano and Karasuba G. Very good stuff, you guys. We'll probably do one more game after this one. And then we'll start the league battle. Tenpai, no! I hope Tenpai will join us. Hope Tenpai will be able to return. By the way, just giving you guys a heads up, some people have been asking about LA Gathering. LA Gathering news should be coming very, very soon. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. Be ready for the LA Gathering news to be coming very, very soon. There's some exciting stuff. And so... LA Gathering is an event on October 23rd and 24th are the official days. That's a Friday and a Saturday. However, I'm going to tell you guys, I encourage people that can to come on the Thursday, 22nd. Like if you can make this a 3-day trip for you, it's amazing. It's in Manhattan Beach near LAX, near the Los Angeles airport. And it's at a very nice hotel. But it's a wonderful, wonderful event. At this hotel, we'll do one more game, and we'll start the next league battle after this game. LA Gathering is a celebration of Virtua Fighter. It's a 2 to 3 day event. We do have tournaments there, but really it's about being there with other people that love Virtua Fighter. You get to hang out with them, go have meals with them, play tons of VF day and night, and the location at the Ayers Hotel in Manhattan Beach is actually really good. It's got good parking, and there's lots of good food at all different price ranges around that hotel. Literally across the street, you can go to Costco. So if you want your $1.50 hot dog as your meal, so be it. If you want that $2 pizza, so be it. But you also have other food options. You've got everything. You've got Blaze Pizza, Celebrate El Blaze across the street. You've got El Pollo Loco across the street. You've got Carl's Jr. there, but you also have really nice fine dining all around that place too. All kinds of good food in the area, and I'm gonna help make sure that everybody is connected, and we'll be able to kind of form groups to go to dinner wherever they want or lunch wherever they want. I always do my best to help you guys have a good time there. And sometimes I also will help arrange people for carpools, whether it's to or from the airport. That's something I do as well. Anyways, it's an amazing event. I encourage you to go to LA Gathering, play tons of Virtua Fighter. There is going to be tournaments, team tournament, and also last year we had a random select single. Elimination tournament. That was fun as hell. It's a really good icebreaker. So is the team battle. But we're planning to have other stuff happening there too. On top of that, on the Saturday, almost for sure we're gonna have Okamoto Kitchen. I'd like to believe so. They were there last year, and Okamoto Kitchen is an OG in the Virtua Fighter scene, but also the food's amazing. So we'll have that on site. So it's a really fun time. The hotel is pretty swanky, but it's worth it. It's worth the price there. If you're gonna reserve over there, go ahead and reserve now. Tell them that you're there for the Los Angeles Gathering event, and they will get you will get an adjusted promised rate. So we do have a room block over there, and we've already got people that have already booked rooms. I will also be helping people find roommates if they need help with that too. So earlier I mentioned Tenpai here, right? Tenpai is for people that are in the LA area on Thursday, but like might want to do like a house gathering. He might have like a house session, and he might be able to help a couple people with carpool maybe, but I don't want to put that too public out there. Just saying, we'll see what works and what doesn't. Just hit me up, send me a message, especially on Discord. You can find me easily on Discord. If you're on any of the Virtua Fighter Discords, you'll find me. It is just CHANCHAI, that's my name. And yeah, and I'll be happy to try to help hook you up with other people that are looking for a roommate, or maybe looking for a carpool from different places, or carpool from the airport. It's an amazing event. Last year, it was my absolute... I traveled quite a bit for VF, including internationally, and honestly, it was still one of my very favorite things that I did the whole year, VF related. So LA Gathering, highly recommend it. DC Theo has a few wonderful videos showcasing it, and you're probably going to see more. Yeah, because he gets it. He understands. Almost everybody that went there understands why this is special. There honestly, I'm not lying, there's been quite a few people who have told me, and even said publicly in other places, that they like going to LA Gathering even more than going to majors. Now, you should absolutely go to majors and play VF, but I'm telling you, for some people, this is what it's about. So LA Gathering is wonderful. And also, Ohio is having a one-day gathering in August 1st. So August 1st, there will be a gathering in Ohio. They were inspired by LA Gathering. Now this year it's one day. Next year, they plan to do Ohio Gathering like in March, probably a whole weekend, or probably Thursday, Friday, Saturday as well. But they really, it's their goal to have like the East Coast Midwest version of LA Gathering, but they also, I know deep down they want everyone to go to LA Gathering also. So they want everyone to go to both. And so they're planning to have it in the early part of next year, and LA Gathering will probably always be in the last half of the year. Awesome that you discovered Go as your favorite fighting game character again. Yes, DOA was basically a modified Virtua Fighter 2 engine. When I first saw Dead or Alive in the arcade, I thought that was pretty awesome actually. But the bouncing physics definitely were definitely noticeable, right? But of course the dead zone, like not dead zones, but the danger zones were of course a standout feature, because you're like, oh, we don't have ring outs, but you know, the floor will explode. So Diva says, I really want to get there if possible. Been talking to my wife about making Evo happen. I really hope you can go to Evo, and I hope you can go to LA Gathering as well. I think that's awesome, and yes, you always have to work with your wife on that too. I hope, here's what I can tell you, Diva. If somehow she wants to go to LA Gathering, while normally Adam and I don't recommend people bring their spouses or significant others to gatherings, if you were to bring your significant other or spouse, I do my best to provide a way for them to hang out, or at least just get them to know each other in case they want to hang out, buddy. But some of them just want to read a book or whatever. But Adam and I are usually like, yeah, it's up to the person whether they want to bring their spouse or not. That said, Rushdown Turtle brought his significant other to LA Gathering last year, and so did Setsuna, and they got along pretty well, and they had a great time too. So we do consider the full parties involved. There were a few other people that brought their others too. So just letting you know, she would be welcome there. She would be welcome there, and we'll do our best to make it a trip good for them too. Yeah, actually, that's Rushdown Turtle's significant other went to Disneyland. She had the best time. She said that like that being able to go to Disneyland by herself was like the best experience for her, you know, like without kids, without family. she said that was like the best. My wife would be like that too. My wife would be like, love to just go to Disneyland by herself. What happened here? Did the room crash? See, just a few people, right? No, the room did not crash, but Anto is out, so. Yeah, I do second recommending like a Disney trip for that too. But also, because LA Gathering does not do the Sunday, you can plan for Sunday to be like a special trip too. All right, let's see here. What did I miss here? Disney World. Joking. Yeah, we were just talking about Disney today, so it's possible. Disney does a good trip, yeah. Sorry, late reply. Hey, Ping T-Pump, good to see you. I don't think so, otherwise Dan from Street Fighter would be considered the hardest character. Yalatar Tepis says, what up, Chanchai? Just got back from my local session. Awesome. I'm really happy that you went to locals. Hope things are going well. Things are going quite well. Thank you for asking. We're doing pretty good over here. DC Theo says, I'm going to try to go to that next year too. Tenpai says, come to lag, you can get put on Homestay's team and win the team tournament. Yeah, I think Tenpai got that right, so yeah, that did happen. Crazy work though, yeah. Someday soon, good to see you. So someday soon, says Tenpai, you talking about me? I feel seen. That was well, you had good moments in the tournament too, someday soon. Some people did bring their dogs, yeah, there's, you know, I think you can work with the hotel on that, but it's yeah. So, Anto, the room didn't explode, but unfortunately your connection did, and I'm sorry. So Tenpai and... Okay, how far are we at this? Are you guys cool if we just restart this thing? I think we can restart this. Is everybody cool? I'm gonna pause it for this question. Is everybody cool if we restart the league? Splash Breeze says go for it. Are there any objections? You want to start a new room? We can start a new room. That might be the safest way to do this. Clean up the connections? Yeah, let's... Okay, we'll start a new room. We'll start a new room. Okay, 20208. Yeah, so Rayblade, 3.5 hours to the event, but however, I don't think that event will be streamed, but I will be checking all the news someday soon. Should I be checking, do you think, would you be checking financial news for this special Nvidia thing? So they don't know. Anyways, like, anybody know? I'll probably end up checking financial news first and then checking gaming news after that. We'll see. Probably gotta hit up Forbes or something. You know? So, maybe tech news. I'll check out tech news too. Check all the channels. Check the social media from Nvidia and Sega too. Probably, yeah. So Rayblade also said not very farm, if that's still around. I think I heard Six Flags is going down. That makes me sad. I have so many memories at Magic Mountain. So Fofo, I don't think Nvidia is streaming the event. You have like, I don't think Nvidia is streaming the event. I think it's just, but that would be cool if they are. Let's see.
Round 3. Ready, go!
It's an invitation-only surprise event hosted by Nvidia.
You won't stay on your feet when you fight me.
And they're celebrating 30 years of history between Nvidia and Sega together with Japanese gamers. The Nvidia GeForce Japan site is one that put this event out. I'm going to share with you guys this tweet though.
Round 1. Ready, go!
So here's a link to the Japanese from Nvidia about the event. For you to get an idea of what this event is. It is targeted at Japanese gamers, and it is Jensen Huang and really big wigs at Sega, past and present, celebrating 30 years of this relationship between Nvidia and Sega. Well, this one seems like it's a gamer news kind of thing, so we'll see. All right, how's this? Is we got 6 people? 7 people. Okay. Did we have any trouble with anybody else? Because I think after this game I'll start the league battle since it's been a decent amount of time. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Let's start it up now. I'll join actually. Did we have a crash out? Everyone's there. Eva's there. Mind's Eye's here, awesome. Yeah, I think everyone's here. Alright, you guys ready for this? Let's have a good one. We'll comment a bit about the gameplay too. Tenpai is very strong. Let's see what you've been working on. You guys can see LA Gathering on our titles for both of us because we were both there.
Round 1. Ready, go! Ring out. Round 2. Ready, go!
Very good meaty. Very good. Second hit's a mid. I'm gonna attack the second hit there.
Ready, go!
Uppercut was good. I like that.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Very good. Very good punish. Very good punish. Alright, this is an excellent battle.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Good game. If you committed to an attack here on that step, I would have gotten hit. So I think if you did the 2K option, I would have lost. Good battle, Tenpei. That was a really nice battle. Very good game. The meaties were good. However, EI Gary is really good if you're really sure the opponent's going to get up with like a standing guard. But you were never penalized for it, so you're good. Thank you, Ping. Thank you very much. Yeah, I thought Tenpai fought that very well. Nice. Good force guess. Oh, good. You almost got the duck and punish.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
Very nice. Good choices. Very good choice.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good. I like the neutral throw here. Very good throw choice.
Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout.
Alright, here we go. Splash breeze.
Round 5. Ready, go! Knockout.
Alright, good game, my friend. Good game. Keep it up. Very good game. You read up, your life is getting stronger by the week. Alright, Diva, here we go.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Okay. I like this throw.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go! Ring out. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout.
Good game, Diva. Been working on trying to watch a lot for certain things a lot more. So
I want a serious fight.
Splash Breeze says, going to keep practicing? Yes, that is the way. Fofo says, Chanchai, one thing that I like about the VF community is that we never had a problem with leverless. It's like, it's made for me. It's really, yeah, VF plays great on leverless. Look, I will admit, some of our old heads are traditionalists, and so some of them were for a long time very much against leverless, or would call them cheat boxes. Okay, but there was also a lot of VF players who really started using leverless in 2012. In fact, one of the first Japanese articles I ever saw covering it was there was a Japanese article covering the hitbox for a Japanese audience, right? And the picture they had is Portland's own R Panda, who's one of my local opponents and friend, because he was playing with the hitbox at Evo on Virtua Fighter. And so the picture of him using the hitbox was like went to Japan. Now, because Virtua Fighter in Japan especially is very much an arcade game, that's the reason there's not much people using leverless in Japan until recently. It would only be maybe 3 or 4 years after Ultimate Showdown that you would start seeing more Japanese players play with leverless in Japan on Virtua Fighter. But it's also because until Revo came out, you still could play Final Showdown at a few arcades in Japan. And so because of that, it's just always seen this is the way to play. Revo is kind of the reason that we're now having a new generation of Japanese VF players playing on leverless, because it's on PC, and because some of the arcades that are still around have like accept USB input, like have been modified so they can accept leverless controllers now. But that's a very new thing in Japan. But our community, it is true that our community was closed-minded. Some of our community was closed-minded to it. I was always open-minded about it. But I also just knew that I loved playing this game on lever, so... But I enjoyed playing it on both. But it's just that we had years to kind of process it, so I think our community is now nicer about it. So I'll have to be fair on that one. We've definitely had people in our community that were like really anti-leverless. And that's just normal for a lot of communities, you know, it takes time. Change can be hard, and sometimes change is just naturally resisted. Like that, you can go for ground throw there. Yeah, you can punish if you sidestep that kind of a move. Yeah, we're actually okay with macros because a lot of times the macros are more of a handicap than a... Like we actually, some of us might actually believe that macros can hurt you more than help you, but they've clearly helped some people, especially pad players. I just think that like, yeah. Alright. Good game, Kasano. A little too much fixated on high blocking, but it was really good. Good game, my friend.
What a knucklehead!
So Fovo says, on the contrary, I was surprised by the low-key hate it got after so long. Yeah, some of our older guys will be like that. Yeah, people are like that. People, I mean, by definition, weird is weird. By definition, different is weird. Some people react well to it. Some people get excited by it. Some people hate it. Right? So everything, you know, it's just humans and preference and friction. But not all friction is bad, it's just that it's a process. You know, it's a process we all go through. So, just how people are, right? And some people, what I will say though is that I personally am of the belief that how somebody actually conducts themselves though in the presence of others is the generally more important thing most of the time. Of course, sometimes the hate inside someone's heart can boil over and spill over to something really terrible or catastrophe. It's so rare for that to happen though, so most of the time how people conduct themselves in the presence of others is what I'll work with, you know, and we go from there. That's just my opinion. But Yeah, well, for me, leverless. When I first saw leverless, I was like, yeah, that's how you play. That's how you play platformers on a keyboard. And so I was like, so somebody came up with like a tournament legal version of that. And that's how I saw leverless. But I also felt that right away, my initial impression was that with leverless, you can like that. It potentially could be strong, like even stronger. But on the flip side, you have like the abstraction barrier, and then you also have like player 1 and player 2 will feel different enough that you kind of just have to learn player 1 and player 2 very directly. And I didn't think that was bad. I just felt like that was just the trade-off, right? And so I wrote quite a bit about hitbox when it first came out because I thought it was interesting and cool. And I was like, well, I want to try playing on it, but I prefer stick for sure. But I also understand what we're trading off. The thing that I think is cool though is when you feel the when like playing becomes more like typing, right? All right, Mind's Eye, here we go. Very good job on the low crushes. All right, let's do this. I like that. All right, good game, good game. Mind's Eye, that was a really good game. Very fun. So, I don't think I was ever closed-minded for levelist myself, but here's the thing. Since like VF4 on PS2, I'd been teaching people how to play VF since the VF3 days, but especially in VF4 I taught more people. And so when I taught, a lot of times I'd have to teach on pad. So I was already open-minded to pad, and trust me, there's a lot of purists back then who just could never imagine playing VF on a pad. But you're like, well, okay, but everybody's got a pad, so that's why they gotta play on it. And it's expensive to buy a good arcade stick, so most people are gonna play on pad. So I'd been teaching people how to play on pad since then, or from the beginning. Because Saturn, we were all playing on pad. Very good sidestepping. They followed the advice so well. Oh my gosh, unfortunately this thing did not make contact, so I was able to take over this.
Round 2. Ready, go!
So honestly, if I could adjust the default layout of gamepad on Virtua Fighter, my first recommendation, like the layout A would be making like R1 a guard button. And then, well, it's not as necessary during 1.1 patch, but I also would have done very nice. Very good meaty. Alright, so thanks for the fight, Karasuba. I saw you trying different stuff, including long range play. Sorry if that was frustrating for you. The long range stuff, the first round was really good. Second round, the long range play kind of works a little bit against you. Akira is actually really good applying the pressure and using fuzzy guard, so we probably want to teach you how to use the fuzzy guard so you can maintain pressure while having safety. But I think you already do fuzzy guard, so but yeah, anyways, I like you trying different approaches. I like you trying different approaches. You hate point running. Okay, no problem. I see.
Ready, go!
Round 2. Ready, go!
That was the hard work of, I think Cruz is the one who set up, but I don't know for sure. But what it was that was the hard work by them to get Final Tune to work in New York. But I know that eventually that China was able to play Virtua Fighter 4 era because they got a Final Tune cabinet. And so there was like an amazing... I've heard that there was an amazing Virtua Fighter community in China during Final Tune, like the legendary players at the time. And we know like Ogi Kage, who I have chatted with recently, and he's really nice. But Ogi Kage had like the best YouTube channel for Virtua Fighter for a long time. He's originally, I think, from Beijing, but lived in Japan quite a while. Let me see what was said here earlier because I missed some. But the thing I like with leverless is when it feels like typing, it's when it becomes like when you get over the abstraction barrier and you're just typing out moves and then you eliminate it's almost like eliminating a third party. So like when you're playing stick, it's kind of like when you're looking at a Kung Fu fighter practicing on a Wing Chun dummy or using a weapon. Right, and so you got to work around the weapon, right? You got to work around the physics of the weapon. Okay, but then when you do like leverless and you really like it really clicks, you feel like you're not working with the lever anymore or anything like that. You just feel like you're just typing the move out, just do the move, just do the move, just do the move, and it's actually really cool. Like when you have the muscle memory completely down, what it means is it's really accurate and you're not worried about accidentally messing up the technique. You know what I mean? You just have the muscle memory down, so it just comes out. And that itself is kind of a cool feeling. It's kind of like, I describe it as being like Neo in the Matrix when he's like, I know Kung Fu. It's kind of like that, you know? But I still prefer playing on lever because I think it's just so much fun. And I just think it's way more, for me, it's more fun playing on lever. But leverless, when you click with it, it's really cool when stuff just pops out of your head as opposed to like, I mean, it's still physical, but it's so abstract that when you get used to this, the muscle memory just has a different relationship, and so my brain is just like, just do the move, just do the move. And I have to let myself think like that, because if I don't, if I start thinking about what's going on with my fingers, I actually might slow down or mess up then. And it was a really interesting experience. So, but when I just let myself just autopilot the moves themselves, that was cool. Okay, we're gonna do one more league battle. We're gonna do one more league battle tonight. We'll start it in about 10 minutes. So at the 10-minute mark, we will start the next league battle. Go ahead and spar. Do warm-ups till then. But I really appreciate you all, and it should be not too long of one. If you guys want me in it, I'll probably jump back in to do it. But I'm having a lot of fun chatting with you all tonight. So you know. Yeah, in Virtua Fighter, macros are not a big deal. It's true that, like, look, if you play like a 6-button fighter, like a Capcom fighter, I can understand people having a distaste for macros. But I think at the end of the day, the decisions are what matter. Execution matters, so that's why we don't like programmable like moves. But you know, but we've also beaten people. During the Virtua Fighter 5 Revo beta, there was a player who became notorious, but it was clear that he was playing with programmable macros, meaning I would fight him, his Akira, and it couldn't play, but if it hit you, it would hit you with stun Palma Doom every time. So he was pressing a stun Palma Doom button. It's dumb. He couldn't beat me, but you know, it was dumb. Later he would do the Eileen thing, and he would just exploit Eileen's 1P plus K during the beta. But that was like the only way, but they were also really good at plugging whenever they lost. I'm glad that I almost never run into pluggers, so, you know, like intentional plugging, but it does suck when you run into it, so yeah. Yeah, Syrup is doing what the old heads would say. If your directional peripheral doesn't pivot, it's cheating. So, yeah. So Kusana says, I tried to react to Leon's lows by putting... Okay, oh, you okay, so on Twitter, VFI Revo is an account of someone who does list out a lot of drills from Japan. And one of the drills was putting a, like, tape over the character and then seeing, like, when Leon's head ducks below the tape, then it's like a low. So you can just, whenever you see the head go like below a certain line, like below the shoulder line, then you're like, okay, it's a low. And it's a really funny method. I don't care for that method, but I thought it was really funny.
To be strong is
3-3, Woo Within says 3-3 is surprisingly difficult on lever. I like doing 3-2-3, but I also do 3-3. I do both because you have to master both. It's true that they can be tricky, especially player 2 side doing it. One fateful day that I'll go to Japan because there's not much retro VF action here in Brazil. But South America does have Virtua Fighter action though. So, one, congratulations to Brazil because there is a tournament in Brazil that will have a VFOC invitation to the winner there. So I'm really excited to see how that goes. We do have Virtua Fighter players in Latin America, especially Argentina. The two main organizers right now are in Argentina. So if you need help reaching out to the Latin America VF community, please let me know. I'll send you links so that you guys can get in contact with others because there is a Virtua Fighter Latin America community. And so there are people to play with every week. There are people to train with, to get stronger with, and there are world-class players from South America. Soyo Kai and especially Lau Ferris are both really, really strong. Lau Ferris has been the top dog for a while, but he is very strong. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Diva says, I used to think leverless was cheating until I tried one and went, bro, this is just a pad held like a keyboard. It's more keyboard, yeah. It doesn't cheat if you don't program it to, yeah. I mean, the thing, what is cheating? The cheating thing is like what happened with Marvel vs. Capcom 3, right? Which was like you press left and right at the same time and now it's blocking both directions. That's cheating, yeah. That was the problem. I do want a modern typing of the dead game. I do want the old one to be brought back. I think it's in public domain now, but it's still. Now I did play the more grindhouse style House of the Dead typing of the Dead game. I like it, but I like the original way more. I love the original typing of the Dead. That game I kept searching for. I wish it was on Steam because I wanted to have my kids play that one. I didn't want my kids to play the Grindhouse R-rated House of the Typing of the Dead game. I wanted them to play Typing of the Dead, you know, because that game is so good and it's a good typing game and a good typing training.
round 2. Ready?
All right, Fofo says, what about the VF4 final tune? Okay, we did talk about that with. Well, it was a challenge because you had to bypass VFNet. VFNet was the main barrier to entry for Virtua Fighter 4 Arcade being played outside of Japan, and that was true all the way through Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown until the first time I found out about Final Showdown being playable outside of Japan on the arcade was when Sega brought it to PAX in Seattle. PAX, I think that was 2012, maybe in 2011. No, I think it's 2011. I went to that PAX. I had tickets to PAX. I skipped almost all of PAX because I was just playing Final Showdown the whole weekend, and it was worth it for me. I got to meet a few different people from Sega, but I also got to meet Seattle players like Zas. And we had a wonderful time. And if on the old stream archives, which probably don't exist anymore, yeah, you saw me on that machine the whole time just playing. So because iFix Machine did a tournament. Not iFix. I Play Next. I Play Next did the coverage for it. Yeah. No, I hear you, Syrup. And you're right, especially if a game is not designed with for a pivotless controller. Yeah. It's true that some people take the pivot off the pad, and that's an interesting one too. Alright, we'll do one game and then we'll start the league battle.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
Leverless has definitely got its pros and its cons for sure.
Ring out!
There are some things that are not fun to do on leverless, and it takes me a while to, like, on Virtua Fighter, the throws that are like Burning Hammer, like 270s, I don't do them nearly as well on leverless as I do on pad. I can do perfect giant swing on leverless, but it's not as consistent as I do it on lever. But that's, you know, from what I'm used to. But I do enjoy playing on leverless a lot too. I like the feeling of it as well, but I like the feeling of pad, just of stick much more. DJ Busnut, good to have you here. You made it in time. What is this? We got more people coming in here. This is really good. Okay. All right, everybody, here we go. So great, it's good to see you. If anybody wants me to restart this, let me know. I'm open to that because I started a minute earlier than I said I would. I apologize for that.
Ready,
All right, Shinathina, nice 6P. That's a good one. It's the weakness to the 3P plus K as a sidestep. Ah, nice that you're using the low punch backdash like this. Very good. Very nice throw escape. That was good. I love the throw escape, Shinathina. That was awesome. That was really awesome.
round two. Ready, go!
Very nice. Very nice. Good low punch.
Knockout!
That was a good low punch. Now there's a risk to that low punch, but that was good.
Round three. Ready, go!
Very good. Keep this up. Very good. That was brilliant. Shinathina, you're playing awesome. All right,
Round four.
let's level this up. You're doing awesome, though.
Go!
You've got this.
Knockout!
Good game. Shinathina, good game. That was really good. All really good decisions there. 3P plus K, just stop them. Excellent play. I really enjoyed that fight. So I hope you liked that fight too. You did awesome. Very good fight, Shinathina. You've improved a lot over the last time, and this time you just made sure that I didn't invade your space. I like it. Well, the game is very read heavy, so yeah. So Karasuba, it's true that you can get outread a lot too.
Ready, go!
Now, there's ways to avoid reads, and there's ways to play around somebody trying to set up a plan for you. So there's a strategic read as well. Good.
Knockout.
Good.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Good.
Knockout.
Very good.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Virtua Fighter 3 could happen in. There are players on the community Discord. There are definitely fans of Virtua Fighter 3, including the server owner.
Knockout.
So the server owner of the community Virtua Fighter Discord is a huge VF3 fan. You can play with them. And one of our best teachers and players, Harpooneer, also plays Virtua Fighter 3 and is very good at it. So, and there is a community of people that play VF3. Like, there's probably more people playing VF3 than VF4 Final Tuned. Very nice. Very good. Should we ring out? Nope. It's Leon. Start to ring out. Very good.
Knockout. Round 5. Ready, go!
I like the jab. Jab was a good choice. Very good stagger break. That was awesome, Blaker Street. Good fight, Blaker Street. Good fight.
Forgot to train, eh?
So Wu Within says Korean backdash and Mishima wave dash feel more comfortable on the lever to me. I think so, but you know, I can do them on. Well, I know people that can Korean backdash better with the leverless or WASD. And yeah, but Mishima wave dash probably I like, but I like the feeling of doing these things on lever. I agree. Typing is awesome.
You'd better take me seriously.
Round 1. Ready,
Sounds good, Karsuba, what they're saying there. That's like Leon's uppercut property in action.
knockout.
That was really good. Keep it up, Kasana.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Good. Good. That was awesome. Kusana played that really well. Way to use 2G against Leon. It's very strong. Keep it up.
Ready, go! Knockout! Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go!
That was really good. Good game. Good game, Kasana. That was awesome. I really like the game very much. That was so much fun. That was an awesome game, Kasana. And yes, good use of 2G. It is really strong against Leon too. So, because Leon, his moves are slow enough. So aside from 3PP, his launchers are really slow. So 3PP is the only thing that's like scary against the 2G. But if you can react to like his 19 frame and slower mids, then you got it covered. That was awesome.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go!
Right now, I am using the VM6R with my own custom golden lever build, and with the Crown 202 buttons.
Knockout!
So I'm using a black and gold VM6R golden lever tuned to my preference, which is closer to their Japanese spec, but it's its own spec. Alright, that was a really good battle, Mind's Eye. Always a good battle with you. That was a really good, those last 2 rounds especially, really good stuff.
Serious fight.
Good game as always, Ray. Good game.
I want a serious fight. I won't lose.
Round one. Ready, go!
Oh, very nice. I also like the way Bustin' Nut's been playing lately too. We haven't fought in a bit though. Damn it. I'm really worried, like one hit, I'm gonna take a lot of damage.
Ready, go!
That move's always good. Really intense round. Really intense round.
Round three. Ready, go!
Good fight, my friend. Good fight. Good fight, DJ Vestnut. It's been a while. Really nice, Eileen. I know I was pretty rough on it, but it was a good fight. I like what I see from you, Eileen. Karasuba, sorry that you did get frozen out of the game. Sorry I'm late on the messages by like a lot. So super strong sushi. Thank you for the for the compliments on my Leon. I'm always happy to help with Leon. So if you have any questions, let me know. If you have questions about any move for Leon, or let me know what kind of problems you run into as you play Leon, I'll be happy to give a reply. You can reach me either on commenting on this video, or you can comment on the VOD on YouTube, or you could reach me on DMs on Twitter or Discord. I tend to respond to those platforms pretty well. Also on Blue Sky as well. I'll be very happy to help you find more answers with your Leon and support you on your journey. So really happy to hear that you're learning how to play Leon as well. Oh, and also Lao. Okay, so you're learning Lao. I'll be happy to talk about Lao too. I love playing Lao. He's a little more technical, but I think Leon is technical actually, but Lao Lao has to use certain considerations on his move list to really be effective. which I think actually makes him a little harder to get like really strong with. But once you do, you become a very strong player, and I think Lao is very rewarding. He still does huge damage when he gets the right hits in, and he's an awesome character. He's a very skill rewarding character. All right, congratulations, Mind's Eye. That was awesome. Very good stuff, Mind's Eye. Keep it up. Good stuff, everybody. That was a lot of fun. Very, very fun. Congratulations on the, let's see. Yeah. It was a very, very fun league battle.
Round one. Ready, go!
Varmilla is really cool. I think Varmilla is really good bang for buck. Like, the price of a Varmilla controller is really good for what you're getting, to be honest. So I definitely would give a lot of props to Varmillo, because one, they do have unique features that make a Varmillo, like in terms of the buttons themselves, right, even. Two, they maintain a decent price. Like, they're still price. It's expensive for the casual person, but like they're priced under the premium price actually. And but I do think that their controllers are premium. So I think they're really good bang for buck. It's like, you know, as long as an Obsidian was working, the Obsidian 1 was really good bang for buck in its era. I think Varmilla right now is really good bang for buck in this current era. Now the caveat on the Obsidian is I've seen some people have trouble with like the wiring breaking down and stuff like that, but I don't think it's. I think it's probably with intolerances, because the fact that there's just so many people at Obsidian that you're likely to see that happen. So then when you're like, okay, out of all the Obsidians I've seen, then I'm aware of these ones. It's not cool, but that was probably within quote-unquote tolerances, and hopefully they cover those tolerances with their warranty. But the Varmilla, so far, as best as I can tell, I haven't seen one break yet, but we'll see. It's very new, and also it's not as adopted as the Obsidian. It's not like we're going to see as many people having a Varmilla as people had the Obsidian for the last 10 years. But the Varmillas are really good. They're really good bang for buck. That said, if people want to see the controller I'm using, well, if I unplug it, I've had trouble with Virtua Fighter letting me get back into the game on this screen. It's happened before. Don't really want to do that. We'll see. It's so tempting to try it. So tempting. It's the end of night. We can try it. So I'll unplug this thing. So here is the stick I'm using right now. Now that said, I personally prefer ball top, but I do like using the capsule top too, and I think it just looks really cool. These buttons are Crown 202. This one is a Sanwa, but this one is from Evo last year. I didn't go, but Numbers got this for me. You can see Sega had given these like Virtua Fighter. It's got the VF logo on it, the new one. And then, yeah, so I thought, of course, it's going to fit this stick. I specifically built this one for that. The cool thing about the VM6R, this is my most recommended tournament stick, but it is not cheap. It's expensive, and so I'm not telling people that can't afford it to buy this. I personally think it's the best bang for buck for me. Because as a tournament stick, it does everything I want. It's lightweight, has a handle, very easy to carry. I have it with a quick disconnect on the plug. Also, it's using ball bearing clasp to hold the panel. I can pop it off very easily, like that. And then I just pop it back on, just literally. Like, here's what it's like popping it on. Okay, see this? It's like, yeah, awesome. It's the most satisfying feeling. function buttons are over here. You see this here? This little thumb screw? If I unscrew that, I can put in my golden lever shield, like the thing that covers the whole thing so people can't look at my hands. I can assemble that pretty quick, and then I can also lock it in place with that thumb screw. So I love it. It's nice and light, right? Like if I compare it with like the Nakon Daija, and I'm not trying to rag on this because I like the Nakon Daija is basically similar to a it's similar to the Razor like the Razor Panther, the Razor Pantera. So it's very similar to the Razor Pantera. Okay, but it's a more modern take on it. It's using not as expensive parts, but it is very durable and very solid. So I like that. And what I like more than the Razor Pantera is that if I pop open this panel, the Nakon Daija goes about 90 degrees. This is a lot easier to maintain and install than the like 60 degrees, the 60 degrees of like a Razor Pantera. Okay. That said, this style popping off the top like this is not my favorite. It's not my favorite because I don't like installing buttons and sticks sideways, or like, you know, standing up sideways. So I have to kind of like find a way to hold this thing down like this with the panel the way it is, you know? So it's kind of awkward for me, though in theory it's so cool. But the number one complaint, so the Daija is a really good stick, so I'm not dogging on it. It really is good. And it's good bang for buck for the price that it's at. And it's easy to swap the parts compared to a lot of other sticks, though I prefer like the VM6R doing it. Yeah, it worked. Okay, but I'll talk about and then also the function buttons will never get in your way. Like the function buttons are really done well on the Daija. So these things are what makes it a good competitive stick. What is my drawback on this stick as a competitive stick? My drawback is that this thing is very clunky. It's heavier than it looks. This thing is a bit clumsy to hold. You kind of have to hold it by your side. Like you really have no choice but to hold it this way, or you just, you know, get tired holding it this way. But without a handle, this thing will feel heavy. And so this is the same complaint I have for the Razor Pantera. And so for me, when you want to carry the Razor Pantera this, you have to use a stick bag. Otherwise, my shoulders get tired. My shoulders really get tired. But also, it's just awkward. I want to free my hands at events and do stuff. And with this one, that's the only complaint, is that because it's a tall stick, when you carry it, it feels bulky and it feels a little heavy. When you start using sticks that have, like, again, like a handle like the one I showed you already, and how light this one is, but the VM6R is not just light, it's stable as hell. It is stable as hell. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys do a league battle. Let's go ahead and do a league battle here. Nova was in the room? Nova's here, hell yeah. Alright, after this game we'll do a league battle. I should stay in there and fight Nova. Let's see.
Round one.
Yeah, so the Razor Pantera is for me also awkward to carry around. It's good if you there's also a problem with the hinge design. So the downside to the panel hinge design, and the Nakon Daija I think addresses this. If the thing ever gets misaligned, someone damages the hinge, it sucks. It sucks because now you don't have a cleanly flush closing like top panel. It becomes like a wobbly, and any kind of hinge design has this potential problem. The pop-off design or the unscrew design, I like those, but the hinge designs, a lot of things can go wrong in the lifespan of that controller. I've got a really cool, so I'm going to slide away this Persona 3 reload box. And here's the Razor Pantera, and it's a nice one.
Round three. Ready, go!
Okay. Uh-oh. Did something unscrew? Let's see. No, this is just the ball top. Okay, cool. I was worried if like if a component or screw came out. Okay, so let's start the league battle for you guys. You guys have fun with this while I talk about sticks. This is. Let me turn on the lights too. Okay, get ready for the eyes to be brightened. There you go.
Ready?
Okay, so this is the Razor Pantera, but I did put on the really nice. This is a really nice brushed aluminum panel, high grade panel from Arcade Shock. Really nice on it. Yeah. By the way, this one's using a CHANCHAI'S V3. So people that did watch my channel for the lovers. This has got the CHANCHAI'S V3 inside. Really nice. Of course, it's still using like Sanwa buttons actually, but it's a really nice stick. The biggest downside of the Razor Pantera though has always been this, where it's easy to break the pin connector on the cables, and a lot of people have had to buy replacements. Arcade Shock sells cheap ones, which is good. Arcade Shock has a lot of good stuff for people that have a Razor Pantera and like it. This is easier to carry than the Dojo, but it's still clumsy for me to carry this around. This mat is pretty good though. This pattern specifically does stick with a lot of surfaces. I do think the VM6R and the golden lever one, I think Arcade Stick Indonesia has like the best non-slip surface. So and I'll show it to you guys. Sorry, I'm doing my the one downside to the VM6R or the Versus cases from Golden Lever, the only downside is that they're so piano glossy, except for now they have like a non-glossy one, but they're so piano glossy that that you kind of want to have like a microfiber cloth with you at events, just so that the stick will always look nice and not look grimy from all the hand sweat and debris and whatever else could get on there. That's the only downside. That said, they just started selling a matte version, so the matte version will not have this problem, and the matte version looks awesome. But I like the gloss. I like the piano black look. So still gonna be not the cleanest look here, but I'll show it off again. So again, yeah, this is the stick that I use, right?
Round one.
Let's see, stuff like that. Yeah. And my connector here. Cover. Yeah. So, hope you guys enjoy looking at some of the fight sticks I've got here. So, yeah. I do think Lao is very strong fundamentally, and I do think Lao is very skill rewarding. Yeah, Syrup, thanks for letting people. Well, it was a very insightful discussion, but I also don't want people to hold on to positions feeling like making it sound like we're trying to persuade each other. I think it's good for the discourse. I think it's good for us to talk about all the angles too, and I do think everyone made great points about it. They are kind of in agreement on a lot of things, just as far as maybe the ideals is a little different, and that's okay. We respect that. But I think a lot of people did understand all the points you're making and what you're talking about for competitive integrity. We can all have different points on the judgment on that, or reality aspects of it, right? And we can look at it in terms of, if I was to run a tournament, what do I think would be best? If I'm a competitor, what am I preparing for? And we all have different views on that too, right? Like, not everybody competes the way I compete. My view, I'm supposed to. I don't always do it perfectly, but I'm supposed to manage whatever comes my way, fair or not fair. That's my view as a competitor. Now, sometimes I deal with it well, sometimes I don't. There are certain things that can make me lose it emotionally or blow up in the heat of the moment, and but I try my best. But I personally, I've been through enough tournaments that I don't expect them to be perfect, and that I learned that I have a role in how I manage the environment, and so I'm prepared for the worst, but hoping for the best. And it's benefited me in tournaments having this mindset. Even if I didn't fully always get the win, having this mindset has more likely contributed to way better results, more than it has, and it's pretty much never given me a trouble, right? Because I ran into the issue at the tournament, right? And my opponent had to deal with the same problem. So stuff like that, yeah. But also I can, playing against a lot of people on different types of controllers, I'm convinced it's not exactly the controller, but I do want to play the better side of my opponents regardless. And I do want to fight with what's possible in the game's space, unless it's like beyond unfair, right? So if Leverless did something that was beyond my capability, and that there was just no way I could do it without switching controllers, that's probably what would make me a bit more upset than that. But that's my view. And this is our different values. But I totally respect, especially if you're running tournaments, that you want to have competitive integrity and you want to do your very best to make the best tournament the most fair result possible. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, Lao does have a guard break, by the way, and that guard break is pretty mean. But then there are all the times when you do the guard break and they didn't guard. So and guard breaks are not broken. But it's true that he doesn't have reversal, or he does have stance game, but it's a very, very light. His stance game I would compare to almost like Leon's. He needs to use it very situationally. But that said, again, Syrup, thank you very much for understanding that we can agree to disagree on stuff like that. I am of the belief people don't have to completely agree. I do believe that people have to move forward though at times. But I definitely want to respect each person's right to kind of say what they need to say. But I think they, out of respect, sometimes agree to disagree, or I think it's more respectful sometimes to be able to move forward together. Otherwise we do end up fighting over very small details, right? But it's true that some people don't understand. Some people don't realize that they inherently want everyone to agree, and that's really hard. I have friends like that. It's really hard, and sometimes they don't see it. They don't see that that's what they want, but their actions keep telling you that's what they want, and then sometimes I'll have to be the one to be, let's just go to bed now and let's go talk about it tomorrow. And so, something like that, because for them it's they might not, maybe they don't realize they want to dominate this point, this conversation. And sometimes I realize I was the one who I had to realize I was trying to dominate the point because I'm trying to have the last word. It's one of my weaknesses too, so I always have to fight that. But yeah, that said, I do like the discussion. I think this was a very good discussion you guys had in the chat. So. When it comes down to matchup, I can do it honestly frustrating. Thank you very much. Thanks for the compliments on the stick. Yeah, I like how customizable Nakon Daija is, just like the alpha. Like, it makes it very accessible to tune the stick. It makes it very accessible to change the panel art.
Round one.
Yeah, I am well aware of the combo sticks. I do have an obsidian, and I actually have a pearl that I haven't opened yet because I want to upgrade it with wooden parts from Japan, from Senjo. Because Senjo's ball tops are some of my favorite to use on like a Sanwa lever, and I like using it on the Shinsen lever as well. So I plan to update the Pearl to have a modern PCB if I can, or a breakout PCB but also to have the top panel be this beautiful wood panel from Japan. It's one of my projects. I have the parts. Just need to kind of set the time and put it together. Yeah. Well, the Kwanbas are used at tournaments a lot. They're very, again, Kwanba has consistently made amazing bang for buck. And also, I'll show you guys a really cool, by the way, it's pronounced Chamba, because it's Chinese, or Chamba, I think. But last year, Chinese New Year, Chamba did, for their Lunar New Year, they did a special sale. And when I went to China 3 years ago, I actually tried to buy this. And I looked in Beijing, I looked in Shanghai, I even looked in Suzhou, and I couldn't find it, because you know what? China is like here. Everybody buys everything online now. so an arcade stick, there are stores that have them, but more often than not, you're gonna be buying them online, and so, or from delivery, because delivery was really common in Beijing. And so, anyways, I couldn't get this stick there, but then last year, Kwanba in America sold it, so I bought it right away, and for about $125. So I bought it at a really good price, I think, because a lot of places were selling this for $200, but it is supposed to be around $125. Like, I think the actual original price is like $100, because this is PC only. But this is the Kwanba Q8, as you can see, and it's a silent lever. You can hear that. KS buttons are silent, light up. It's got this nice dial, so you can change the color settings. You can change the color indicator around the lever, because this is the Kwanba silent lever. It does use keyboard switches. It's a pretty fun stick. So it's really quiet, and I do like, similar to the Titan, the palm rest, it's got this nice little design that's like a faux, it's like not carbon fiber, but it's like giving you the sense of a carbon fiber kind of thing, but with a slight, like, almost like, it pops a little, so it almost looks like it's a 3D effect on it. So it's a fun stick. Yeah. Karsub, I understand if you're not having fun with your matches. Sometimes it's good to push through. Sometimes it's good to just call it a bit. It's true that the strength, the people that have been playing in this room, a lot of people started a year ago, and they've all been getting really strong. So I don't want to dismiss how strong they've gotten, but they've definitely been on the similar part of your journey, and a lot of them have kind of found their way forward, and I believe you're finding your way forward too, because I see a lot of good stuff with your Akira. But I do know that sometimes you're gonna fight people that are really strong, and it's really hard. But that's part of the journey, and that's how it is. Syrup, don't apologize for bloating the chat tonight, man. I appreciate everything you had to say, Syrup, and it did go a bit long, only because it could be misunderstood as being combative, but I know you're not meaning to be combative. I know you're just meaning to make a clear point, and you're making a distinction, and you're like, no, this is actually the point that I mean to make. And I know that it can feel dismissive when other people do use other criteria, and I know that you covered that, so. But I think we've all moved forward, and at the same time, I think everybody respects your view, actually. So, and I think you do respect their view too. But it's true that the competitive integrity angle is definitely less represented nowadays than before, because we're in this time of a lot of transition and a lot of new people, and a lot of opening minds, because after Street Fighter 6. But Street Fighter 6 did do something. What Street Fighter 6 did do, knowing that it was such a big game, or believing it would be a big game, there was no promises after Street Fighter 5. But what Street Fighter 6 did do was say, hey, we don't really want SOCD anymore on our tour, because our game is actually built with it in mind. And I didn't disagree with that. I understood people complaining at the time, because they had gotten used to SOCD, because SOCD was the fix and was the community solution to a problem in the game, right? And they wanted to find some middle ground, and SOCD was that. And then Street Fighter 6 is like, well, we made the game, you don't need to do it anymore, this is the rules. And of course they probably changed the rules and stuff since, but at least that discussion was very interesting. So yeah. Okay, awesome. Congratulations, Nova. We will do another league battle. We'll let you guys do another league battle, but I'm going to read these. Deltar says, sorry I missed it. You said you used the Japan setup for Gold Lever. Does that mean it's a spring? No. Golden Lever is definitely using Korean lever technologies. We'll start the next league battle after 2 games. After 2 games, we'll start the league battle. Okay, so Golden Lever is a Korean lever, but it does sell pre-builds as like Japan build, Korean build, hybrid build. Okay, it does that, but the whole point of Golden Lever is that it's an ecosystem. It's a, like, you basically change the parts and you build the lever to your preference. Mine is not exactly like the Japan build, but what makes the Japan build, because it's still grommets. The Japan build basically uses the lowest tension, has a tighter throw, and probably comes with square gate, and the actuation is trying to be something not too far off of a Sanwa, but in that ballpark, but not exactly the same either. So that's what the Japanese build was aiming to do. And then it's basically, the Japanese build was basically the quote-unquote Street Fighter build eventually. The Korean build is basically the Tekken build. So what does the Tekken build typically do? It follows what a lot of traditional Tekken players wanted, which was larger throw, you move the lever more, higher tension because you could do small circle motions or you could do big circle motions, right? And then circle collar as opposed to square. And this is because Tekken players could use the higher tension if they really wanted to go for certain technique and not overshoot on Korean backdash. Like, don't accidentally go to down, right? Just go to down back. But then otherwise they can do stuff really quickly on a small motion. So when you have the lever of the tension pretty high, you can do these small techniques easier like that. So, but my build is medium short throw. So it's a little, like, I definitely push the direction out a little more than a Sanwa. The tension is low medium, but I customized mine so it would pop a bit in the neutral. The thing that is unique about mine that's not like a Japanese lever though, is that my diagonals are slightly small, because the way I have it made, you want to kind of push harder for the diagonals, and this way you can make like this. See, my L shapes look like this? That's because I'm not accidentally hitting diagonals that much. See, I only hit diagonal twice those times, right? Yeah. So that's the reason I made my diagonals a little smaller. But you can customize it a lot in the Golden Lever ecosystem. So yeah. But I have no trouble, doing. This is like what my crouch dash looks like, right? That's 3-2-3 or 3-3, right? And you can see that like Virtua Fighter does a lot of handling on diagonals. It does a good job knowing when you intend to do 3-3, even if these forward inputs are happening. Yeah. By the way, Nova, so good to see you. Yeah, the Drone 2 is pretty cool, and $90, that's pretty good. The Fighter's Pantera Evo looks really cool. I like the graphic on it. It is a nice collector's item, yeah. I do like that. Again, I like how the Nakon went with straight up, that you can open the panel straight up, because that's much better for installing than the diagonal. Karsuba, is there anything I noticed that you're strong at, and what is something I need to work on improving? Maybe I have a feeling that you might have trouble with committing. Virtua Fighter, I have a feeling that you might feel stupid when you commit. And this game rewards you for committing. And what you need to do is when you commit, you're trying to count how that you win more than you lose, or that you win bigger than you lose. And you have to be okay with losing when you commit. So when I fight you, I feel like you don't really like guessing. And I understand that. But this game, your opponent will force you to guess. And but when you don't commit, that's less than guessing. And that's actually easier to beat in this game. The people that scared me were the people willing to commit to punishing what they thought I was going to do. And they went for it. Because when you do that and you're late and you hesitate, you will get blown up in this game. I said Akira is really good at delaying without knowing it. It's because he delays by tiny amounts, just by doing super dashing elbow. But like, it's pretty much a commitment regardless when he does it. It's just that he just might have buffered it in a way where it dash buffered so it's 1 frame later versus not. And that matters for the sidestepping, especially in neutral. But it's not that I want you to always delay, but it's before you can master delay, you do have to master buffering. And yes, you are capable of buffering, but I don't know if you're comfortable buffering, actually, like committing and buffering yet. That's my feeling when I fight you. Now, it could be that it's because you're fighting me, and that's making you hesitate, because you're trying really hard not to falter. But what I will say is this game, and Harpooneer is really good at teaching this, this game really wants you to commit. It really wants you to just do the option, don't care. Do the mid, don't care. Do the throat, don't care. Just do it. Just do it right away. Do it with no hesitation. It's Adam Yuki's #1 advice. Learn how to do Nitaku, but in general, and do an attack or a throw, 0 hesitation. That's his advice. And it's true. And especially with Akira, this is actually super true. Now Fuzzy Guard, same thing. You do it without hesitation. You do it not because you're like, you will learn how to watch and punish and stuff, but I will say this, you kind of have to learn how to commit before you can learn how to really play this game strong by delay, because you also learn how to commit to a delay, and it becomes so strong and so easy to do once you get used to it that your opponent has trouble feeling it and reading it. That might be why you feel frustrated when you feel like your opponent just guesses right a lot. Sometimes you might be guessing right, but that hesitation could cause you to mess it up because you might not be buffering it properly. So after this game, we'll start the league battle. I hope that made sense. I hope that made sense, and maybe I'm wrong. But when I fight you, that's the feeling I get, is that you're not ready to commit. And I know how frustrating it is. So yeah. I hope that makes sense though. Yeah, and Diva is also, yeah, so. But yeah.
Round 3. Ready, go! Excellent!
Yep.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Okay, so Holy Star XL asked a good question. Sorry for how late this answer is. Holy Star says, when do you usually use the offensive move out of sidestep? So, offensive move is not recommended for beginners. Here's the thing. Offensive move loses to attack, and it loses to throw. So why does it exist? What it is that when you successfully sidestep an opponent, you put them in a state called side turn, and your attacks are better when your opponent's in side turn. Offensive move is actually an option you use against defense. When your opponent's moving, when your opponent is not attacking, not throwing, they're just moving, or they're guarding, or they're doing fuzzy guard, then you can use offensive move there. what does it do? It puts them in side turn for free. So then you use it and then you attack them, and your attacks are a little better than normal. That's what offensive move is for. So you use it against an opponent that's not attacking, not throwing, and basically when they're defending, and then you do it because it will put them in the side turn, which is a harder position for them to be in than normal. It's more for advanced because you have to know what to do with side turn, and a beginner doesn't know what to do with side turn. Nice. All right, good game. So Mind's Eye, the challenge for you, the good thing is this, Mind's Eye commits, and they commit really good. The downside for Mind's Eye against me is they're almost always committing to attack. Which is not a bad thing. This is a good way to learn the game, but right now, the way they're playing, sidestep is really strong against them. And if they learn to control maybe which half circulars to do, that could be fine, but then I might be able to Abare. So sidestep, if they can read when I sidestep, they can throw me there. And that would be strong. If they learned how to commit to throwing at key places, Mind's Eye will be a lot stronger. But right now, Mind's Eye almost always commits to attack. And because of their commitment to attack, they're easier to sidestep. And that's the opening in their current gameplay against me. They will get a lot stronger when they learn how to either punish the sidestep or punish defense. But most of the time I'm gonna sidestep when I'm very sure they're gonna attack. So yeah, so that right now is it. But they'll be able to beat that soon. But the weakness is right now I'm sidestepping the correct directions against them, I guess. But also throwing is a very strong way to stop someone from sidestepping. But you just kind of read when it happens. When they learn to see it, I think they'll be a lot stronger. I think they'll be much stronger when they start seeing the side steps. It's hard even for me to see the side steps.
Round one. Ready, go!
Very good.
Round two. Ready, go! Ring out. Round three. Ready, go!
I do like the buttons made with wood. I have some from Bueno Woodworking that are amazing. They're Sanwa buttons. Sanwa buttons with like wooden caps. Wooden plungers, they're so cool.
Round four. Ready, go!
There you go, ring out. Good game, Ray.
Round one. Ready, go!
Nice.
Knockout. Round two. Ready, go!
Nice.
Knockout.
This low punch hit you because you hesitated.
Round three. Ready, go!
So we do need to teach you how to approach. Akira's got the best approach game with his dashing elbows.
Knockout.
So I think you're trying, basically right now in this match, you're applying what I call the YOLO strategy. Now I'm beating it because I'm attacking with the fastest move, so I'm trying to hit you on speed. But normally the way I teach against the YOLO is to just block and attack, or block and throw depending on how they respond there. But against Akira it's a little different because you're probably going to fuzzy guard after you do whatever. So I'm attacking your timing, I'm attacking your decision making. This long range is not that effective in VF, but Akira using dashing elbow is really good. Even if they block it, it's hard to punish that move. So that's why, and learning how to fight range 0 is the strength. But right now I know that it's the range, the far range is a little harder to play. And so this is also part of your not committing to VF being a close range game. That you're trying to avoid it. Probably because you're trying to see it as a strategic advantage or strategic equalizer. But it's not a strategic equalizer. That's why I think it's better to learn how to fight up close against me, or especially with Akira. It's important with Akira to learn how to press. Like Akira is designed for for applying pressure on the opponent. You don't apply pressure from standing far away, and you're not. And it's like you're trying to wait for me to make a mistake. That's just less likely to happen. But the thing is even if I make the mistake, you probably hit me with one thing, but you probably don't blow me up. And it's really hard to blow me up in this game because of how slow the blow up things are. So yeah. This should ring out. Ring him out. Nope. Okay. I guess that doesn't ring him out.
Round three. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Ring out!
Good game, Kasano.
Forgot to train, eh?
No, you're okay, Kasano. We understand the process. A lot of us have been where you are. A lot of us have been where you are, Kasano. Or Kurisuba. Like, a lot of us have been there. So, but I do recommend trying to, just believe in yourself, take the learning approach, is our recommendation. I know that's easier said than done, but I really mean it. We've been where you're at.
Round 1.
Pretty much almost everyone in this room.
Ready, go! Ring out! Round 2. Ready, go!
Very good. Just wait for the sidestep.
Round 3. Ready, go! Ring out!
Dark Noah's getting used to fighting CHANCHAI again, so I'm glad I was able to get through that one. But never ever take Dark Nova lightly. He's really scary. He's very strong. Alright, Rayblade, congratulations. Beautiful win. That was very good. Yeah, I know a lot of people that switch to leverless because of carrying it around and traveling with it is so, like, insane, like, incomparable, right? It's flat. It's also flat. Like, gamepads are awkward because they're bulky, but, like, leverless controllers are flat. so it's so convenient in luggage. It's, like, the best thing when it comes to travel. Hey, Delatar, no problem, my pleasure. Hey, have a good night. I hope you had a good time hanging out with us.
Round 1. Ready, go!
I see what you're saying, Kurasuba, about the setbacks and failures. That's also why we keep looking forward and we keep looking at the opportunity to make it better.
Excellent!
And like, you want to be charting growth. If you're only charting losses, you just keep looking down. But you do want to be charting growth. You can make a lot of low-risk commitments, yes. They're actually the ones you should be committing to. It's more of like having a read for the big commitments. This game is very much like that. Like, use the small stuff to kind of to understand the opponent, to have a dialogue, and then you'll know where to put the big stuff.
Round 4.
Yeah, it's true. Hypergraph says a good thing. It's like, it's the biggest challenge in learning VF for a lot of us. It depends a little on your background, though. Street Fighter background can be especially gun shy. Yeah. Well, Tekken too, right? But well, Tekken, because I think the thing is in VF, it's hard to actually whiff punish in this game, but in Tekken, it's a little easier, and so you know that that's the thing you should do in Tekken. And then when you play VF, you realize quickly how hard it is, so you become gun shy on that, and then now you're hesitating on a lot of stuff. Fofo says Tricky isn't a fan of offensive move. I mean, offensive move is if you know only if your opponent is predictably defensive, but there are people that can react to it. So at a high level, you actually kind of need to like their mind has to be fixed on something. Like you have to kind of know that they're not completely like ready to snap at any sign, and then offensive move works. But if you do it just like for no reason at the high level, the person might react and just throw you or attack you right away, because they might be trigger happy. So you got to get the person to be gun shy, then you can do offensive move. Or you realize that they always fuzzy guard in this one situation, then you do the offensive move. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of... I don't like teaching offensive move because... I teach it. I like teaching it because so people understand why they shouldn't do it unless they're already really good at side turn, you know? And then by the time you're good at side turn, then you have the other skills needed to use offensive move. So that's why if you know what your character's side turn game is, then offensive move will make sense to you, and you'll just naturally kind of apply it or try to. But if you don't have a good side turn game, there's no reason to use offensive move because you're not going to make good use of it unless it's training mode to set up side attack. Yeah, with your law, you're doing a lot of powerful stuff. You're gonna have to mix in some extra defense and some throws, mind's eye. So what are some extra defense? Crouch dashing. If you feel like your opponent is trying to counter what you do, crouch dash is amazingly good. Like it's like, what is he gonna do? Oh, that's what he's gonna do. Okay, and then the crouch dash wins you some situations. Especially with your assertiveness, crouch dash into attack. Like you crouch dash and you realize they did nothing. They hesitated, so then you get to go ahead and strike. It's pretty good. Okay, Fofo asked, what's my opinion on Eileen's current strength? I think Eileen is very good. I think she's more of a technical character than people want to admit. So what does Eileen have? Eileen has really good crushing ability. That's pretty strong. She does really good damage to the whole cast now. Ever since Revo, she does good damage to all of the cast. She used to have trouble with heavyweights. She can apply insane amounts of pressure because her cancel game gives her the ability to use offensive strings the way that you can use them in other fighters. And you can outguess a lot on continued string pressure with her cancel game, but it is a double-edged sword. It can be countered. If they know exactly which option you're going to do, they can blow you up. They can also undermine it by ducking your high attacks or sidestepping any of your attacks that you're going to do the cancel attack into, because then your cancel attack will not come out, and they'll feel like you feel like your gun jammed, right? So in this sense, she's technical a bit, but she does give a lot of player expression. She does do lots of damage. She's very good at punishing mistakes. Can people ring her out easier? Yes. Do people do better combos against her? Not exactly, because this game everybody does massive combos. But she does massive combos consistently in very easy ways. Again, she's really good at crushing.
Run home to mama now.
You know, she would prefer not to whiff, is really her thing. If she can make contact with the opponent, that would be preferable. She can play guessing, or she can play reactive. I think that's really strong. I think she's a very strong character in this game, like really, really strong. Is it easy to learn bad habits? Of course. With a player this expressive, sure. But you know what? Bad habits is a matter of just not finding the right context for what you want to do and not changing your options because of the context. That's what all bad habits are. Any habit can be a good habit or a bad habit, and you replace quote-unquote bad habits by getting yourself to learn and build good habits. Not by punishing yourself, but by finding something better, more fun to do, more motivated to do. And sometimes that's a defensive technique as well as an offensive technique. But then, this game though is about, will punish you for predictability. So it's only a bad habit if you overused it. And you only overuse it if it's clearly bad against the way your opponent's playing right now, and you still are using it. It doesn't mean you put it away forever. It just means you set it aside until they change the way they play. And then when they change the way they play, you can use whatever. Eileen has lots of good tools. And I think the current version of Eileen is probably the most fair version of Eileen ever since Final Showdown. I do think the team did a really good job with Eileen, with where she's at right now. And I have no hesitation recommending her to anyone that wants to learn VF or wants to learn a new character. So that's my feeling on Eileen. I think she's great. I think she's very strong. I think you can read with her, and I think you can also react with her, and you can have fun with her, or you can be very boring with her, but you can do it all with her. Would be fun to get them there.
Ready, go!
I'll start another league battle after this game because I think you guys, it'd be good.
Knockout!
Oh, was that Jimmy PKG? Love Jimmy PKG. But yeah, Karasuba, you know, I'm not going to try to force you to play if you don't enjoy it. I do believe you can get stronger, but I also believe that this is a game where, and it's okay if the game is not for you, but I would like to believe that it could be for you. But I think you can be stronger, and I do think you're fine, but it is up to you. And this room is very, very strong, but you know, even so, I think this game is just definitely a growth curve kind of game. It's very, definitely takes some patience, you know, but also, but everybody is happy to help whenever you want help, and if you need to take a break from the game, it's cool. We understand. We do.
You'll never be a match for me.
Diva says, my biggest problem with VF is I get anxiety that I don't get in other games. It's a very interactive game. Your opponent can be very annoying. So, yeah, the game is so interactive. And so it's really, it is designed to be this high pressure,
Are you ready for
high speed decision making game. When people tried to slow down that decision making, when they try to do it from backdash, it's harder. The best way to slow decision making is by like threatening something really scary, or just learning how to like just stop some stuff from happening, stop some bigger plays from happening. But that takes a while to get good at that. But I understand that VF, the interactivity and high speed, rapid nature of VF can definitely bring out quite a bit of anxiety. Fofo says the Hot 42 CA6 is only 3 centimeters thick and the lever is removable. I know. I definitely, that thing looks really cool. By the way, that one looks awesome. I do want to look at the Hot 42 arcade sticks, especially the yeah, I do. Diva says, I only offensive move to position myself when someone is falling to the ground. That's a good way to use it. And I want to quickly position myself to their side.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go!
So, Karasuba, I'm not trying to toy with you, but I am trying to give you opportunities to apply skills. I know that if you're only looking at results, it looks like you're being toyed with, but I am trying to help you in different ways.
Round 4.
That said, I did give you some I would go 3-0 on you, and I would also give you a hard time there, but I wanted to give you the repetitions for the fight, and I wanted to give you more experience because at some point you'll find the thing that works better. The hard part about the fixed mindset, a lot of times the fixed mindset, the problem with it is some people believe they start from a position of strength. They believe that they start off strong, they start off perfect, and that every loss is a strike against that, so you're declining. That's the opposite of a growth mindset. That's not someone getting stronger, that's someone believing they're getting weaker. That's the problem with the fixed mindset. I gotta prove how good I am. But you didn't earn it. You gotta earn it. And that's part of the learning process. But also, you don't, even when you learn and even when you get better, there is still more to go up. Always. Even for me in this game now. Right? So when you're saying, I know that you don't give up because you've been coming to these sessions. So I don't want to just say you're giving up. You're just expressing the frustration. And that's how we take it. We know you're expressing the frustration. We know that it's somewhat exaggerated, somewhat not. But I am giving honest help, so when somebody expresses things how they do, I will respond to it that way. And that's where we learn how to manage how we're going to express our frustrations in a productive way. So if this method is productive for you, then I'm all for it. If this method is not productive for you, but I think it has been productive so far, but if this method is not productive for you, then maybe you'll want to, work your mindset a bit, or work your, how you're going to get the help you need, right? You can say what it is you want me to do specifically. The way that you're expressing right now tells me that if I beat you straight down right now, that you'll just flat out give up and you won't try. But other parts of your conversation suggest actually you would keep trying because you don't like to be toyed with, right? So it becomes very confusing, right? To try, how am I going to help Karasuba here? But I understand because people do need to get it out. So if this getting it out is the process, I'm cool with that. But we are just trying to help, and we're definitely not trying to belittle. The thing is, we don't get anything from belittling you. The people that seem to get some kind of reward from that, they make it pretty obvious when they do. Like the people that are sadistic, there are things that they do that gives off signs of that's what they want to do. And nobody in this chat is sadistic here. At least they haven't shown anything to show that they're that type. So we're all trying to help you. And we understand. And that's why we speak with this understanding. Because we've all been there a lot, over and over. There are times I fight with Nova here, and I just feel like I can't get a win for a long time. I don't really fully believe that, but it feels like it. So how do I process that? Well, for me, it's breathing. for me, watching a little bit, take a moment, let him watch someone else while I watch how he fights. But of course, that also depends on if I'm even capable of fighting it. Now, if I'm fighting somebody way stronger than me, you know, like long ago I had this, you know, this challenge, of course, then I just think, what are good goals? What's accomplishable? What can I do? What can I land on them that would make me feel a little better, or like that I'm making progress? I give myself a small goal and I work on it. I tell myself in certain situations, I notice this, I'm gonna, even if I lose, if I can do this option when this situation happens again, that'll be a win for me. I have lots of small goals like that in VF. Nowadays, I have those goals almost like a ton of them per game. And so, yeah, when I'm fighting, sometimes I'm like, let's try to get this to work. Not because I'm belittling my opponent, because being able to do that thing makes me stronger. So even whether I do it against you, or I do it against Dark Nova, or Mind's Eye, or Kusano, or Rayblade, doing it against any of you guys is proof of concept. I can do this, but I just now need to do it under pressure more. And so that's why I have goals like that too. When you guys see me working, like when the life bar, when I've got your life bar really low and I know there's a skill gap, I am working on my defense. I'm improving my ability to sidestep neutral. I'm improving my ability to watch and react to mid attacks and highs and everything else, and I'm working on a very hard skill. And then I'm also matching what my intuition feels versus what my vision sees. And then I'm telling myself, no, I think I got that guess wrong. No, I think I got that right. Yeah, and then also I'm using the skill of, they like to do these three things. I think I've got this one defensive way to beat two of them. And I do that. All right, here we go. You guys have fun? Good luck, have fun. That's a long time ago. I got obsessed with the game Legends of Runeterra, which is the League of Legends card game, and I really love that game. But when I got into it, it was still designed to be a competitive trading card game. It's now focused on single player, and that's really fun actually. But when it was designed to be a competitive trading card game, and the most generous one I've ever played, because you could go infinite on that game for free. Anyways, when I played that, there was this guy on, maybe it was the Reddit. I think on the Reddit there was this guy who was always complaining that the win rates didn't feel right because he had played Elder Scrolls, the card game, right? And that in that game he would have like an 80% win rate, and he was complaining about that this game, it must be random because he's getting like a 60% win rate. And I think myself and probably others had to kind of tell him, in a mature game, like where there's a lot of players, 60% is really good competitively on a balanced game. You know, he was trying to say it wasn't balanced. I was like, 80%, either the game's not balanced or you're like a big shark in a very small pond. You know, so maybe there just wasn't enough Elder Scrolls players, or the game wasn't exactly balanced. But for you to kind of expect that, like, you're entitled to an 80% win rate on a balanced game is kind of an interesting statement. So, you know. And if you look at all the top players in Japan on their arcade cards, those are like 60% win rates usually. I'm glad you reached out to the people at in Melbourne. Hey, Princess Fluff. Hope you're doing really good.
Round one. Ready?
Got Big Kuzo. I see. Dude, Pi's 9K is awesome. 9K is very, very fun to use, especially in conjunction with 4-6K plus G. Thank you very much. No, I do appreciate you a lot, Karasuba.
Round three. Ready? Go!
Nova says you gotta be patient with yourself and follow this learning strategy, just my 2 cents. Also, losing is common for this game at all levels, 100%. Put your confidence in improving, not winning. Lots of players who win but aren't necessarily learning, so eventually plateau happens. Very true. Valerian says, I have been doing that lately. Jimmy PKG's Lightning Fire. Nova says, my goal for today is to defend, more specifically reactions. Hit confirming and Yomi. Yep. And hello to you too, Jimmy PKG. So good to see you, my friend. I would like Nova and Jimmy PKG will really get along and have a lot of fun fighting each other. Did the room crash? Yeah, small goals are always really good.
Round one. Ready? Go!
Throughout disconnect, I will let them play out the remaining matches. And I will call it an end of the night after this, after these matches though, because it is late. I was supposed to stop 40 minutes ago. That said, we're an hour and 15 minutes away from Nvidia and Sega doing their presentation. I don't think it'll be streamed. Maybe it will be, but if we find out there's a stream, that'll be amazing. But we might find some interesting news, or at the very least, we're definitely going to hear some good history. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they talk about. Princess Fluff's got awesome advice. Says, that will come in time. It is natural to want to see progression in what you practice. Finding a patient sparring partner could help, and also asking a lot of questions will do well for you. I honestly feel Sensei here is a good person for that kind of thing. He is very helpful and willing to guide you to where you need to go, or at least direct you to players that may play who you main. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, so Nova, Jimmy PKG is from Hong Kong, but Taiwan is amazing. I do want to go back to Taiwan, and I do want to go back to Hong Kong as well. So, and I do plan, for the record, for Jimmy PKG, I do plan to post some videos of our time hanging out in Taiwan. There is a fun, exciting one that has a story. I think you guys will enjoy watching a specific battle between CHANCHAI and Jimmy PKG. I think you guys will enjoy that on the YouTube when I show that. Don't know what's happening with the Ultimate Showdown Collector's Edition from Limited Run Games. Those things tend to come out when they do, and during times of flux I can imagine they get delayed longer, so I think it'll be a while. Alright everyone, thank you very, very much. You guys go ahead and enjoy the room. I am going to leave the room, but you guys keep sparring because I think this is an awesome group to keep sparring with. I'm going to go rest and then work on something that I need to work on. But I had a lot of fun with all of you. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Hang in there. And, you know, I'm cheering for you all with Virtua Fighter. And let's see what the interesting news tonight's going to be. Base Swanee, my pleasure. Thank you. Good to have you here with us. Oh, don't worry about that on WPKG. I don't think any offense taken. He guided me through Taiwan like it was natural for him, but I think it was his first time in Taipei when we were there together. Nova says, I can admit I lose all the time. It is the main way to improving. I played GT and lost 44-6. The losing never stops. Yeah, 100%. And it's good on you for asking Nova for another game.
Knockout.
Princess says, please do not give up. Take it from someone that does not win at all. It has its shares of ups and downs, but you must endure it. I agree. The progress could take a bit to truly grasp, but once it does start happening, you get a true sense of accomplishment. I believe in your progress, and I'm sure many of you feel the same. I do. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Super Strong Sushi. I appreciate you. Appreciate the chat earlier, and thank you all very much. Socrate's really awesome having you in here too. Thank you for the support on chat. And Socrates is really fun. I've always enjoyed my time hanging out with Socrates. So got to hang out with them in Seattle a few times, in California a few times, in Japan. Always great time. Fofo says, there's this ladder of priority in case of conflict of moves with 3 or 4 steps where strength is the first tiebreaker. Well, strength is the first. You only need to know the first 2. You don't need to know the rest, because honestly, I question the rest. But here's what you do need to know. The first is the higher damage wins. The second is supposed to be like life bar, but the life bar difference has to be pretty big. So like if one player has 50% less health, like 50% of the life bar, and they have that much less health than the opponent, they'll win on the trade. They'll win on trade with same damage. So that's like the second bar to clear for the priority. But there is others, but I don't really care for those. It's better to just think of it as the higher damage will win, and then gigantic life bar difference, that could be a tiebreaker after that.
Round 1.
And why have I not remembered the others? Because I don't think they ever really matter. But if they do matter to you, it's really cool, but I don't even know if I believe. Even when I see the official list, I don't know if I actually believe that tiebreaker list because of how edge case that is, that I'm just happy thinking of the other dynamics being this thing that settled it. So Nova says, if there is a stream, can you leak it to me? Which stream are we talking about, Nova? Nova, which stream are we talking about? The presentation? I would if I find it, but I don't think there is, and I plan to rest. I actually plan to nap and then check it after, but it's in about 1 hour. I would check, okay, so I would check this link and then check the account, the NVIDIA account. So here's this, okay, here's this link, NVIDIA GeForce Japan. Check their recent tweets and see if they allude to, I'll check right now. Check right now.
Round 4. Ready, go!
No, their last post was 22 hours ago. What are these GeForce trading cards? They've got GeForce trading cards. That's what they're advertising right now. I hope the announcement is not Virtua Fighter trading cards, though I would be importing those. I'd be paying quite a bit, not gonna lie. Like for sure. But I hope that's not the announcement, no. But there is GeForce trading cards. Now they haven't, I don't see something talking about the stream though. But this is happening at one of the Gigo locations. At Akihabara Gigo. Yeah. What they did want from the fans were memories of NVIDIA or Sega with photos, videos, episodes. And that was for like a few days ago. And then they gave special invites to people that for this special event. That is really interesting though. You know what? I just saw, okay, now on their site though, they just posted, okay, Homestay Akira says, it's been over 30 years since I first touched Virtua, but I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart that it still exists and I can enjoy playing it, and that through Virtua, I've been able to meet so many friends from around the world. I'm looking forward to feeling the same level of excitement in Virtua Fighter Crossroads as the shock I felt when I first saw VF2. NVIDIA and Sega memories. So that was from Homestay Akira. Now the photo that he posted, I can name some of the people in here, right? Like I see Gomen Guy, aka Killa Killa, standing next to Peach Momoka. And I also see some other familiar faces. This is great. I even see Shiranoku Jafki. I see Alpha. And then in another photo, I see Chibita standing next to Rental Animator, next to Himajan, next to Homestay Akira, next to Adam, next to Havoc, next to Chimpanjay, Tetsuko. I see Yellowtail. Man, I even see Kyosao. I see a lot of legends here. I see Jin Kage. Yeah, so such good memories. Sorry I didn't show it to you guys, but you know. Yep, that was how they got invitations to the event, Jimmy. Yes. If you tweet something like that, you get an invitation. Let me show that image then.
Round one. Ready, go!
Here.
Round two. Ready,
Let me go back to it. Yeah, so you guys can kind of see that, right?
knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
You guys can see that picture here. So this is the first picture. Over here you got, on the far left there you got Killa Killa, by the way. So, and we got another picture here. This must have been Evo Japan. Yeah. Really good times. I do love, you guys all know that I love the Virtua Fighter community, so Lots of my fond memories here. So I'll show photos another day, but thank you all so much. Let me see if I can do. Yeah, this one I can do this.
Round one. Ready, go!
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and raid. Alright, what are we saying here? I wish your relative a good recovery and well-being. I hope they will be very healthy. But if not, I hope that they're surrounded with love and are doing, and are enjoying life as best they can, even though in their condition, despite their condition. Yeah.
Round three. Ready, go!
So Fofo says the latter was important for AM2 due to their philosophy of VF being in this eternal state of dynamic balance, where one player always had the edge on the other. In this way, there's always tension. That is pretty good insight. Yeah. Thank you very much, Fofo. Nova, yes. Yes, earlier in the photo you saw was Momo. Yeah, Rayblade, have an amazing time with Cobratron. Give him a big hug for me. Hey, have a good night, Nova. Thank you so much. Everyone have a good night. Thank you all. Here we go. Here comes the raid. Thank you for your patience, too. Man, I do want to give a raid to the Dojo. He's playing Dead by Daylight right now, though, so let me take a look at other options first. They'll probably be Dojo, though. But let's see who's doing VF.
Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
Maybe not that one. Alright, we're gonna raid the Dojo, who's a good friend of mine. He's done raids for me, so I owe him a few. And FC Racers in the chat too. But they were playing Dead by Daylight, but they might be playing a little different game right now. Yeah, you guys have a good one. Really quick, I'll answer a question. So, Karsuba says, Chanchai, what's the best advice for young players that are struggling with setbacks? Well, in life, you will always deal with setbacks. So, it's a part of life. And another part of life is keeping on going for the next day. Keep improving. If the world was without setbacks, I don't know. Like, that's just not the world we live in, you know. Life will be filled with disappointment, but it will also be filled with pleasant surprises, happy surprises, good events as well as bad events. all of these things exist in life. You're going to be happy, you're going to be sad, you will sometimes be angry, you'll sometimes be deeply disappointed, you'll be filled with anxiety at opportunity, you'll be filled with sometimes even, your life is just full of all of these things. And so I just try to take it that way. I just do my best, but it doesn't mean that I have to be the best. But sometimes I find myself in a position where maybe I am, but that's not a given. It's something that I'm grateful for when it happens because of the hard work I put into it, but everybody else put hard work into it. Everybody else is competing too. I've won a lot of tournaments. It was never a given. I've lost tournaments that maybe people thought I should win. But I've probably won tournaments where people thought I probably shouldn't have won. I'm just doing my best, and you manage. You manage on your good days and your bad days. You'll still have to go to work, even when you're upset. I still have to take care of family. You'll still have to take care of family or loved ones. Even when it's during the best of times or the worst of times. Because that's life. So the main thing is I try not to feel entitled. I do try to feel grateful. And I'm nice because I like being nice. But I don't believe being nice guarantees anything to me. Never. And I told my kids that too. I teach my kids, you be nice because you want to be nice, but nobody owes you anything to being nice. A lot of young men might feel like because they're nice to a really beautiful girl that at some point that girl should like the guy the way that he likes her. That's not how life works. It doesn't work that way. Also, that itself is not, infatuation is not the recipe for a good relationship. It's chemistry. And you don't really know good chemistry till you have it. So, it can be like that. Some things are luck. But a lot of stuff is actually kind of earned, and a lot of stuff there is a sort of karma. I do believe in that, but I don't believe I'm entitled to it. And I definitely am not the master of the universe, so I can't control how it works or that I earned it that way. You should do well in school because it is more likely that you'll have opportunities because of that than if you did bad in school. But there's no guarantee on either direction on that. And you shouldn't, and young people in Japan or Korea or other places that have a high pressure should not kill themselves because they couldn't get into the top college. And it's sad that people do that. There are people who were never good at school and somehow were at the right places at the right time and worked just hard enough at the right spots and became incredibly successful. So luck is a factor. I think parents want their children to do the best they can. Some do want them to be the best ever of everything. I get that. I don't teach my kid that way. I just try to help them be the best they are at who they are. I'm glad, but I will try to help them manage the challenges. I will try to give them an edge. And I'm so grateful that my daughter was able to, I worked with my daughter and overcame her challenges in school, and now she's performing so well. But it's her, it's not me. And a lot of things happen there, but it's not because of me, but I do think my guidance helped a lot, so we can improve our odds in life, but we can't guarantee anything. But the biggest thing that has improved anyone's odds in anything is practice, is critical thinking, is taking it seriously, and honestly being humble to the thing is a big one. The hard part about the conquest mindset is it can blind you to it, but sometimes the people that do like to conquer, they find the thing they love, and they're humbled by the thing that they're trying to overcome. And so that's where the conquest mindset can work out pretty well, right? But they've humbled themselves before it, right? And they have to humble themselves before the craft. They have to take the craft seriously. So that's a first step no matter what your mindset is. But, you know, I think nothing in life is given to you. But I do think if you can enjoy life more, you will probably end up getting rewarded in life better than if you didn't. Because there's a lot of people who are very successful but very sad. There's a lot of people who believed becoming rich, becoming successful would guarantee happiness. And yet there's a lot of these people who end up in cults or end up in doing the weirdest of things at the end of their life because they weren't happy. It doesn't mean... Now, what I will say on the flip side of that, being very poor, being very impoverished, and also even being completely uneducated will probably make life a lot harder. And you'll probably be very unhappy with that life. And most people would be very unhappy with that life. So it's not that the answer is to forsake all success or anything like that. Just know though that success by itself, the pursuit of success is exciting, and I think that's a really powerful and beautiful thing. So I do think I think ambition is good, okay? But also understand that happiness comes in from different places and different things going together. And if there's anything that is more likely to create the happiness or the joy, it's things like chemistry, things working out with you feeling like there's a place, or you feeling like there's a home for you, or you feeling like there's someone to grow old with. Those things I think are more likely to give you happiness, but you can't force them either. You can't force chemistry with a life partner. You can't. Before I met my wife, I dated someone who I'm still friends with, but and she was like, she checked all of my boxes. She looked really beautiful and cute at the same time. She's very nice. We clicked on a lot of things as friends. We did not really have chemistry as, more than friends. Living together wouldn't have really worked out because we interact differently, we like different things. So we're really good at the arm's length relationship. And, attracted to one another is cool too. And there's other aspects of that, but to live together for life, it wasn't going to work out. So she realized it sooner. So, so that was a tough breakup. And then a year later, I meet my wife and we have chemistry. We really click. I'm happy that both are really beautiful, but it wasn't the beauty. It was just like that we clicked. It was that we we enjoyed each other's company. We enjoyed chatting together. We enjoyed just doing nothing together. There's a chemistry there. And that chemistry is not permanent because, you got pheromones, you got hormones going off when you're young. So yeah. So anyhow, what I mean to say, going back to your original question, life is full of surprises. It's good to better yourself and to improve yourself, to be ready for when opportunity comes. You want to be ready when opportunity comes because opportunity knocks, but it doesn't wait, right? But at the same time, if you don't get the opportunity, if you don't get all these things, you still have to move forward. And life is worth living. 100% life is worth living, even in hard times. Life is worth living. I will never agree with anyone who thinks life is not worth living. So there's just so many beautiful things in the world to enjoy and appreciate. And if you believe in one life, well, there's one life to live. If you believe in multiple lives, then make the best of the current one so you can have a better one next one. You know, different people have different beliefs on that. If you don't believe that there's anything beyond life, well, better make the best use of it because it's all you got. All three of these, the answer is simple. Just keep moving forward. Keep trying to make your days better. And it's okay, the last part, challenge. It is good to face challenge. It is good that life will give you some difficulties you have to overcome. I don't think you will truly have any sense of the meaning of life, any feeling of satisfaction in life if you don't sometimes have to overcome some challenges and difficulty. If everything is easy, it will be so easy to become bored. And a very bored person can be a very dangerous person. Can be a very toxic person. A very bored person can be very just not helpful for themselves or others. They can eventually become a danger to themselves and others. The difficulty can make things more interesting. The satisfaction of winning is because of the challenge faced by losing.
Round 2. Ready?
Joy is better understood if you've had to deal with sadness, right? Calm is better understood when you've had to manage your anger. Becoming passionate, you understand that life feels better with passion if sometimes you've had to manage through your own indifference. So life is filled with these contrasts. It's got its downs and its ups. And just try to make good use of it and try to steer it in a better direction. That's my advice. I hope that makes sense. But I will admit, the reason I love Virtua Fighter so much, why am I so convinced Virtua Fighter is a great game? Because it challenges me in so many ways from so many different opponents. And it doesn't matter the strength level of the opponent. You guys will see me sometimes lose to someone that is just developing because I was too careless or because I gave them a lot of opportunities, and then when I finally tried to win it, I got careless, or because they outplayed me. But you know what? It feels good when a student or when someone developing outplays me. That feels really good. Like, I mean, it feels bad in that, like, I want to win. It feels good when I know that I'm succeeding and helping them get better. And it might be just a moment, but that moment was enough to show a lot of stuff and was probably worth a lot for all of those losses for them. So yeah. So the payoff is worth it. Yeah. Yep. We're glad to have you here. And Diva, I'm really glad to have you here. So thank you so much. All right. We're going to... Is this like a good time to start the raid? Let me see if she's talking. I'm not talking yet. Come on. I don't want to raid when it's like bathroom break. You know? So.
Ready? Go!
Lots of good stuff though. Alright, that's it. I will do the raid. I think they'll be chatting when you get in, but if not, start chatting with FC Racer and others, okay? It's a good group of guys. So we'll prepare the raid now.
Knockout! Round 4. Ready?
Alright everyone, have a good one. Cheers. I'm sending you to the Dojo. Say Ray knows the Dojo very well. Say hello to the Dojo and feel free to chat with others in there, like FC Racer. Alright, have a good one, have a good night, and let's hope for some good news tonight. Cheers.
Duck out.